Almost running late. Well, yeah, basically running late, but we made it. We're here. We're good. We're doing the thing. Back to Dark Souls 3 today. I did do some legwork ahead of time this morning. We'll go ahead and discuss all of that right quick before we get down to business. As you can see, my intelligence has gone up a fair bit. I want to say it's gone up 6 points? Actually, no, we didn't even have 32 because I couldn't use Soul Spear before I started the grinding, so I think it actually went up 8 points this afternoon. Literally just beating up Silver Knights for the past hour or two. Well, past couple hours, more accurately. I did work up the Court Sorcerer staff because I was anticipating it being useful, but it's not really showing it in the spell buff. I am curious, because I feel like it has to have a stronger steady chant or something, because the steady chant it has costs more. So logic denotes that there's a reason for that. I just don't know. I upgraded our Dark Moon longbow using up our scales, because that is going to be the bow I'll probably use for everything, even though it doesn't have as long a range as the Black Bow of Ferris. It's just so much stronger for us because of our stat line that it just made sense. We had so many Titanite shards, so I've just gone around upgrading basically everything. As you can see, the Chaos Asgru sword is up to 6. I started working up the Handmaid's Dagger, but I was running into large Titanite shard issues, so that didn't end up happening. In 2 deep, same with the deep weapon. Pontiff sword's up to 3 now. Because of the Twinkling Titanite we had. I think I pushed the Yuji Katana up 1. Like, not a ton happened between sessions this time. I went and got the Easterner Ashes because I forgot them at the beginning of Anderlondo. I did not go get Greyrot's Ashes because I kind of forgot, and when I double checked what it was gonna get me right before we started, it doesn't actually amount to much, so I've just kind of left them by the wayside at this point. Because at this point, we're really just gonna make a push to finish this and be done with it. Because at the end of the day, we have only a couple areas left to go, really. So much more important that I just push forth and be done. Be advised, there is a storm overhead, so at any point I may vanish. This may just abruptly cut off at some point. And there's probably going to be some thunder or noise in the background occasionally. So just bear with that and bear that in mind. As you can see, our armor's still all the same, rings are all still the same. I'm still probably going to continue to use the Crystal Corvian Great Knife as my primary weapon. The Gru Sword being a good fallback if I think something is going to be weak to fire. Or the Pontiff Sword for crowd clearing. Because we can just engage spin to win. Now, I do want to replace Soul Greatsword, because it's not going to be useful. And I guess I'll put Soul Spear on there. I think that just about has us all in position for the beginning here. Now, the main reason the Easterner Ashes mattered, by the way, for those who don't know, is that's how you get your infinite supply of large Titanite from here. The problem is, it costs 4,000 each, so I couldn't leverage it as much as I'd hoped I could. His 2 trips... one trip through the Silver Knights is 9,000. So 1 trip through the Knights gets you 2 shards from souls, and it gets you probably 1 from the Red Eye Knight at the end of it. Hence why this just didn't quite go as I planned. Actually, I should sell the spare shields I think I have, yeah. I think I do have enough shards for one last bit of upgrading. I just saw that I had 9 after I made that purchase.
Just wasn't.
Unfortunately, can't do anything for the Great Knife or the Gru Sword at that point. That still only goes up to 157. So I feel like I'm better off pushing this one up one more then. Because now that needs chunks. Any other larges go into the Court Sorcerer staff, and then once we start getting chunks, we'll decide where we want to go from there. As you can see, arguably the Heretic staff does a better spell buff, but we learned that that costs extra stamina to use, so that's why that's not being used anymore. Honestly, 142 on the spell buff for the Witch Tree branch is nothing to sneeze at either. Considering we know it casts faster, but we do have all that other stuff that lets us cast faster, so it's like, I don't know if that matters as much. But with all the explaining and talking out of the way, let's get back into the Profaned Capital, which I still don't have any other bonfires in, and see about making some headway. Quickly. Now, our biggest issue with making progress today is going to be remembering where I have and haven't been in this area. The good news is I definitely remember one part we were in, but I don't remember anything else with any certainty. I remember that awful hole in the ground that has all this spidery nonsense going on. What I'm thinking I might have to do is go over where the firebowl is again. I know there's a gargoyle that drops in over here. How did that just phase through you? Okay, that's much better damage than we were doing to them last time. Because it took, what, like 4 soul arrows to kill those last time? And yeah, that bowl down there is part of the problem, where you see those handmaidens all circling. Throws fireballs constantly at you, for those who weren't here when we were here before. That bowl right there just keeps spitting fireballs. What I want to do is go take that bridge over there. Well, saying I want to do that may be a strong word, but that's where I'm thinking to go right now, because we kept having to scramble through there when we were there before. I'm hoping I'm strong enough that I can just kind of do things there. Because we managed to bull our way pretty far in there. I'm kind of hoping we might actually be able to just do it properly now. Problem is remembering how to get there. Because it's some nonsense involving all these ladders and ledges that are all over the place in this damn place. I think it's this ladder here, though. Yeah. Snake Eater, but in reverse. Now, I need to not dilly-dally, because I will get fireballs thrown at me. Like that. The entire idea about stepping down there, though, was to aggro that fellow. So I can hopefully fight him from a position where I'm not going to have to worry about the fireballs. Or he's going to be stupid and turn around. Fine. Get blasted. Ah! Stupid fucking range limits. Okay, that is hitting the edge there. Where is that? Oh, God. Just trying to look around, game. Quit being a piece of shit. This is what I wanted. I don't even know what this is, but I saw that it was here. Oh, there's the great bow. Okay. That solves why there were great arrows around in this area, too. Ow. You know, all in all, this may be a better way up than the way we got there across the bridge before, if I'm honest. Is that seem... Yep, it's drawing all the handmaids down, so that's actually keeping them from just continuing to shoot fireballs at me, I think. Another handmaid's dagger and a rusted coin. I still really wish I could, like, kick this over or douse it or do something to make that whole thing stop. So wait, you're telling me that the boss door is right there? Huh. How did I not notice that before? These guys are worth a good amount for the fact that they're not actually that bad, aside from when they're just spamming fire all around the room. I believe this way is where we started to go and then didn't make it. When we were here previously. Okay, you just weren't bothered like the other guy was. And I'm dead. Yep. I love the way that these things are super consistent about how they respond to taking hits. So nice. So lovely. You can just hear the sarcasm, I'm sure. Now you might be wondering, well, Drac, why don't you just go fight the boss and be done with this area? There are things left yet to do here. And I do think I want to at least do some of them. Oh, I had this backwards, didn't I? I'll be honest, I can't tell. Both these rooms look kind of the same. But I think there's less handmaids in this room, so I think this is the room we went to first. And then I turned around. I hate this whole lava splash shit they do. It's really obnoxious. It's a lot harder for me to work around. Considering, you know, it's on a delay compared to everything else. Because it takes it a second to travel and everything. So I can avoid the swing and still get splashed with it and things like that. It's just irritating. Okay, boss door's that way. That's where we came up from the first time. Is there any, like, other side paths off of here? No. Yeah, fuck off with that idea. There's where we just died. Where do these gargoyles even come from? Like, that's the thing that's messing with me. Like, look up there. See how there's nothing there? Where does he come from? Oh, there he is. I guess he's pops out and swings around. Curious to see if I can get him to react to that. Thanks, Lock-On. Very cool. Okay. Problem's gone. Nope, get back here. I'm not done with you yet. You wanted to step, so you get to lose your foot. Judging from the amount of souls I've already picked up, I'm wondering if maybe I should have been grinding here. Oh, there's 2 chests here I didn't open. I'm sure one of them's probably a mimic. Oh, that's why. I was like, that fire stream's not hitting me. Why am I taking damage? Because there was one shooting fireballs under it. Because, you know, that's super visible and easy to see. Whoa there, bud. Okay. Yeah, but see, that was quite a few souls from that pile, too, though that was certainly something to deal with. Doesn't... Well... Oh, no, that chain's buried, but it's pointing towards us. They're both mimics. Yep, had a feeling. That's why I usually stay close to those. But no, I figured, oh, I'll get the shot off and win that. No. Can't have nice things, 'cause it's Dark Souls. I'm gonna be real with y'all for a second as well, about a behind the curtain thing for a second. Couple things technically drawn together on this one. I almost rescheduled today. Like, I almost just said, hey, we're not doing Dark Souls today. Because, one, been having real bad sleep just in general this week. Just been like a bad scene all along, as you might have been able to tell by how the Final Fantasy session went. That's part one of that thought. Part two of that thought being, I know for a fact we're getting into the nastiest parts at this point, where I need to be really on the whole time and be very patient about things. And let me tell you, the way things have been recently, not really in the wheelhouse. But I'm stubborn. Case in point, what just happened there with me losing 24,000 souls is I just wanted to be done with that bit and get past the fucking thing so I can get back to the Mimic, so I can just get the damn things that are in there. And that situation I mentioned with there being a storm overhead also means I have a headache, which is going to do such wonderful things for my patience as well. So, you know, just bear all that in mind as you see things unfold here today. I suppose is the major byline on that. I would really love if my spells would actually fire where I want them to, with more consistency. But why would they? They're dumb targeting, so they're not gonna work how you want them to. You're not gonna come down till I go over in that corner, right? Oh, there is another chest there as well. That's why I wanted Soul Spear. Or for crowd control, because multi-target is lovely. And since they're not picking up the idea of what's happening quick enough, I can just clean house with a lot of them before anything bad happens. Oh, he woke up, though. He's stuck up there for some reason, but he woke up. You know what? I can live with that. Couldn't have asked for that to work out better, if I'm honest. Oh, I'm out of juice. I was like, why is that not working? Also, why is my lock-on not working? Hello? Not gonna lie, would not have been at all upset if that had hit the Mimic as well. Yeah, sure, that hit. Why not? That's the wrong bottle, you dumbass. Oh, I'm so glad you missed with that kick. Okay, one Mimic down. 2 rusted gold coins. Joy. This one looks like it's fine. 1 ember. Joy. Starting to get the real impression that this probably wasn't worth the pain I was going through to do this. That's how it goes. You don't know if something's worthwhile till you open it. You know, obviously, unless you've played the game before. Great Shield of Glory, otherwise known as Great Shield of Probably Getting Sold. So all of that pain for nothing. I thought the path I was thinking about was over this way, but apparently not. So I guess it is down by the whole area then. 'Cause I think there were some paths we didn't take over there too, but I thought those paths over by that were going to be where the boss was, not the boss is just chilling right over here. That does mean that the run to the boss is actually pretty quick and straightforward at least, so there's that. That was mostly just me lashing out. I do need to get back across the bridge if I want to go to where I apparently want to go. Do what I'm thinking about. Which one? Unless they're saying that whole pile only has 1 soul. Which I suppose is not outside the realm of possibility. Realistically. Yeah, my soul spears do a little bit less damage than my arrows. Didn't they used to be just stronger across the board? I seem to recall that that was how it ended up working when we used soul spear in the first game. But maybe I just convinced myself they were stronger because they were like multi-hitting or something. Right, that's still a thing that's happening. Now I have the grand and glorious question of, do I activate the bonfire on the way back through here or not? Because the thing is, if I don't turn on the bonfire, you know, if I don't touch it, that is, I then don't have to refight everybody on the way back down to the boss after we go do what I'm doing. But that also means I have no magic. I think I'm better served just accepting the fact that I'm going to have to refight things on the way back. You ever just get that real strong feeling in your gut that you're going to regret a decision you're making? And yet you're making that decision anyway? Because I'll be honest, I had that feeling when I didn't just make Dark Souls not an option on what I had offered during that donathon. Because I thought about just nixing this straight up. But no, I wanted a reason to finally beat these, and well, here we are. The point being, sometimes good things come out of bad decisions, and sometimes bad things come out of good decisions. Looking back to the skitter chamber. I do wonder why we're hearing all this skittering, though, when the centipedes down below are inactive. So did they just, like, fill the walls with them? And that's why it's constantly skittering in here? Like, if I just, like, get an x-ray through the wall, would I just see dozens of those centipede things just scrambling around in the walls? Walls just to fuck with people? Because honestly, at that point, hell yeah. Whee! Oh no, these are active already. Oh, this is a part I didn't land in before, that's why. Hey, there's a difference. Well, I'm gonna die down here. Because I'm already toxic and getting pursued by a lot of them. For those wondering, no, I have no intention of turning and fighting. That was not worth... I might live through this, but it's gonna cost me so much Estus that it probably won't be worth having lived through it. We're almost back out of here, though. We grabbed everything from the other side around the other end. I know that, so... I'm gonna have to just tank the damage until I get up the ladder, because I'm pretty sure I can't use items on the ladder. We survived! Somehow. Yeah, being down to 3 and 3 already is, not great. Is Rhoda killed the fellow over there. Rhoda got what was in the tower, because that's where the court sorcerer staff was. As well as the thing underneath it. Which I don't remember what the thing underneath it was. Yeah, no, this is just how it loops back to Irithyll Dungeon, though. Isn't there another path around here? Because obviously down there's where Sigvard is. And this is the part I'm struggling with in my brain. Is the main reason I even came back out this way was to go get Sigvard. Wait. You two had to have come from somewhere. Where did they come from? Did I literally walk past them and didn't notice them or something? Because we came from right here. We went up these stairs. Went running this way. And then these two showed up. When I turned around from the other end of the tunnel. And the sign here says enemy ahead. But I think that might be referring to if the giant is still there in the middle of the room. Do I need to drop down to get to Sigvard, then? Or is it actually part of Profane Capital itself that gets me there? Full disclosure, there were parts of this area that I looked at on the wiki. But the wiki is a fucking shit show in certain parts of this game. It lists certain parts as being in one place when they're in the other. Specifically, there was a lot of bleed over between here and Profane Capital, and a lot of bleed over between Irithyll of the Boreal Valley and Anor Londo. Like, the Giant's Cove, for example, was listed as being in both Irithyll and Anor Londo and things like that, and it's like, okay, well, where the fuck actually is it, then? Obviously, we found it, but you get my point about it being weird. And while I get that there's a lot of crossover between the two locations, and some of these places are really small, it's not helpful when you confuse the shit out of your wiki users by having your information all jumbled. I need to get to wherever this room is that Sigvard is in. Must be attached to this lift, right? Does this go up or down? Oh, okay. This might be the opposite of what I want, then. This might be the one that leads to where the thing you have to do the gesture for is. Based on the way it looks down there, I'm pretty sure that's a death pit. Oh no, this is the shortcut. This is where it leads you back to the beginning of Irithyll Dungeon. I may as well touch the bonfire here and get my stuff back while I figure this out, then. Because I may have to, like, re-clear this whole place to try to figure out where that specific cell is. Because I have a specific reason why I'm doing this in this particular order of operations. Predominantly because I screwed up one quest line, I would like to at least get one of them to complete. So I have something to show for it at the end of this adventure. Oh, fuck off. Kinda surprised that didn't end up covering me in leeches and making me bleed or anything. That's actually mildly surprising. I thought they were dead already, so I stopped, and it's like, wait a minute. This wasn't there... It was the cell on the other side, wasn't it? The one that we couldn't open. And that's probably the entire answer. But I was so fucking cooked last week by that point. Which we're gonna be in that magical range right now, probably, where I'm gonna end up turning my fan on in a little bit, because the air conditioning is not gonna be kicking on anytime soon. Those two branding stabs, I think, are literally the only two times I've ever seen them bother to try to do that. They usually go for the max life decrease. Now this door's open too. What the fuck? Yeah, fuck you. Waiting for my life to come back before I do anything so I don't just die. Really? You things are worthless. Just accept the fact that you are worthless and perish, please. Where the fuck? Wait, I'm remembering a thing. It's coming back. You gotta remember to get back there. Ugh. Here's the part where I was going through the back wall. Yeah, that's what leads to the upper place where you use the gesture. Was it upstairs then that there's the set of cells that the walls busted through? Yeah, it's right here. Doesn't help anything, but... Still don't know why this one's just kind of weirdly passive and just hanging out. Is there like a door attached to that room down there that leads to Sigvard? I am having so many, like, incomplete thoughts of like, oh yeah, maybe it's this, maybe it's that, maybe it's the other thing. Which, let me tell you, that's a real bad sign that I'm having that much brain trouble the first half hour of today. That may mean today ends up being real short. Hooray for Dung Pie. Yeah, that's where a mimic was. This is where you drop down all those holes. Because there's the parade of jerks over here. Yeah, I figured I wasn't gonna get away with it again. Yep, another dung pie. Yay! Wait, what the fuck even hit me before the hammer guy did? Oh, right, there's an archer in the back. Forgot about him. Because he hadn't been relevant till I rounded the corner. This fucking guy. Might have been this fucking guy, too. Anyway. This takes me down in front of where the giant used to be. Problem is, we're now above where the cell I'm looking for is. We go through the, like, the sewer bit over here. Where we fight the bajillion rats again. And this leads to where that room full of awful things is, next to where the big pile of jailers is. Just not having any of that right now. It's amazing the difference it makes when you're just over it and not scared of them. Just like, yeah, not intimidated by you at all. Just gonna stab you now. Wait, no, this is where the gesture spot is. Then where did that other lift go? Or is this the same lift? Yeah, because the platform was there on the other one, and it's not there now, so I think that is the same lift. We'll just quickly verify that. Make sure I'm not losing my mind. To be honest, I'm not even 100% sure why I remember so much of the lay of the land here in Irithyll Dungeon, considering we have not been here that long. Yeah, no, it is that spot. Okay. I was right. I guess that goes to show that my location memory is not as gone as I thought it was. Which is nice, just not exactly a great place to figure that out about. I don't know if they can kill you with the max health reduction or not. That's the lowest I've ever seen it get. And I have no intention of finding out if it can go lower. For those wondering why I haven't healed, there's no point in healing. They're just going to reduce my max health again. As long as I don't piss off the creatures in the rooms while disposing of the giant pile of jailers, we should be totally fine. That got needlessly close to being bad. There's an item on that one, too. Aristocrat's mask. For being jailers, it's interesting that they've got aristocrat at stuff. Feels like that's trying to tell something. Right, this is just how we get to the profane capital. I probably didn't even need to fight the pile of jailers that I just got done fighting. There's that guy. There's this jailer still hiding in here. Oh, wait. Is this the key to everything? No, this is somebody I missed, though.
There you are. I thought you'd all but forgotten me. How sweet.
To be fair, I never even knew you.
Good to know that a skinny little heretic can still turn heads.
Sure, we'll go with that.
Oh, you're not one of them, are you? Accept my apologies for mistaking you for one of those leeches. So, what business have you here? This is a land of monstrosities. and I am no exception.
It's okay, neither am I.
You're here to save me. But I'm guilty. A wretched child of the Abyss. Is that something you can forgive?
Yeah.
Oh, really? You are no ordinary man. Very well. Besides, I've grown tired of imprisonment. I am Carla, and I accept your proposal.
Considering the state of things, we need all the help we can get. So even if it means reaching to the darkest side of power, we might have to do it. It might just be a thing we have to do. Is there a door in there that I didn't notice? Because obviously I missed Carla's door, so maybe there's still something else I didn't see. This is how we got in here, right? Yeah. There's the dead ratties. And there was the basilisk parade up the road above. Ah. You're not hiding anything from me, are you, big guy? I'm sure you wouldn't be hiding anything from me, your friend. Yeah. You didn't hide anything from me. And you're dead all the same. This is where we just fetched Carla from. Right? No. That's the screaming corpse. Monster head. Oh yeah, I think there was another chest in here or something. Get the ones that are glowing first, because they're the ones with the, like, shout moves that they do. Tailbone short sword. Neat. Yeah, because these spit. They're not as bad. I would rather deal with the spitting than the shout magic nonsense. No, this is just a room full of chains. Somebody's idea of a party, but not useful. Because there was treasure in here previously, and obviously there's no treasure here now. Tailbone sword, though. Where did that end up? There it is. It is a dagger. 106 physical, 12 scaled. It does have Unleashed Dragon, and we can use it. Kind of unfortunate that I got this right after I used up my Titanite scales, because I would have considered using this. What does Unleashed Dragon even do? That's steady chant. Oh, it's like the Drake sword from the first game. Okay. Huh. Okay. I don't know if I would actually use that then. That's neat. But I wasn't sure if Unleashed Dragon was like a buff move or something. I would have actually considered that. I feel like we've turned this whole damn place on its head. Shook it until things fell out. And yet still didn't get what we were looking for. there another door up by where the basilisks came from? Up here? I ended up having to run from here real fast after we grabbed the item. Maybe there's a path I missed? Because we were running from the Mimic and all the basilisks previously. I don't see any doors, though. Unless this opens, no. Here come the basilisks. I feel like these basilisks are less dangerous than they used to be. Like, I feel like the curse buildup from them is slower. But I really don't know that for sure. Okay, so coming back up here was also completely pointless. Huh. I'm pretty sure those are the stairs I took to get back up over there. Obviously, there's all the rats. There's Sigvard sitting there. Do I actually go, like, out into the profane capital and his door is actually, like, on that side? Is that why I keep getting confused? Guess it's not outside the realm of possibility, so we should go check. We've cleared the path, so now is the time to look if we're gonna look. Except I've apparently completely missed the tunnel. There's not another path over there. There's no other doors down here. Like, I'm pretty sure that's how we walked back into Irithyll Dungeon just a moment ago up there. Yeah, I see him. He's right there. I assume that's the one that comes flying into where you are on the bridge there. Is there just another entrance back to Irithyll Dungeon or something? Because there's the bowl and everything down there. Is the biggest problem I'm having with the 3D image of everything I've built in my brain is finding another area that's at the same height as where Sigvard's room is. Nothing lines up. The only other thing I can genuinely think of is that there's another doorway in the room in the room where we spoke to him that just leads around to him, and I just completely missed it. I'm like 99.9% sure that the doorway we walked into that brought me back there was the doorway that's up there. Though, actually, thinking about it, that doesn't make sense. Because the doorway we went into would have to have been pretty far down, considering we dropped down pretty far to get to where the centipedes were. So we did go a decent ways back up before we got to that door. So maybe that balanced out? Because if you think about it, where we're standing right now is a little bit above where Sigvard's cell is. We then went all the way down there, went back up a bit, went down again, went up again, and ended up back where he is. Wait. No, none of that makes any fucking sense. Like, I just talked through it trying to walk myself through the thought process, and I'm realizing it still doesn't make sense. The problem is, I don't know if I'm tripping or if they were on something when they made this section. I have to acknowledge that both is an option. If we circle back around, just for sake of explaining my thought once more here. Yeah, because we're currently above where his room is. By a... What is this? 2 floors? Floor and a half? Floor and a half's probably right. We then drop down... We go down that set of stairs that leads across the bridge to where the main room of the Profane Capital, little tower that we've been in so much, is. We have to go down a ladder. Oh, we go down a hole first. Then we go across the way, then up, then down, then up. And somehow we end up down there. With all those ups and downs, that just doesn't line up in my head. It just doesn't make sense. Because we end up where that guy is right there, where that jailer is standing. Because we pop out through that hole, and that's how we discovered where Sigvard was. Yeah, because this is the one we kept looking at before. Before I go up this, let me heal. Just in case I have my wires crossed and there's actually something dangerous up here. Wait. Big fucking hat's in the way. Oh yeah, we have been here before. That just loops us through here. Right. Back where all these fellows were. This fucking hat is a menace at times. Like, I love it, but it's a fucking menace. There's the lightning bolts. And yeah, this is all those windows that were over by where the lads were. We do have ads happening now, so what I'll probably do is I will get up for a second and refill my water because of how warm it is today and everything. I don't remember what pants I was wearing at this point. I think it was Fallen Night. Sounds right. All that did was bring me higher. That doesn't help anything. Step back in here just so I don't fall out somehow. Back in a moment. Alright. We're almost back from ads. I am physically back. And I think I might be being silly about this. I ran it back through my brain a couple times while I was walking to refill my water and on my way back and everything. And I think I might be onto something. There's a piece missing to the route that I was thinking about in my brain. What if the problem was over by the shortcut door that we took to get back in here to begin with? What if the entire answer was related to that shortcut door? Because if you think about it, it spits us out near where Sigvard's cell is. So the most logical place for where the entrance to his room would be where that shortcut is. That just makes perfect logical sense. Now, the problem is it's going to be a bit of a bitch to get back there. But that's most likely what we're going to have to do. Now, realistically, I have two different options for how to go about getting back there. One smart, one less smart, and I'm currently doing the less smart one considering the circumstances. Oh, do you just not react at all to that? There we go. He needed to take damage, I think, before he would aggro. Reason for doing that is just so that he doesn't fight me on the bridge itself. So we're less likely to fall off the bridge fighting him. Ah, Gargoyle Flame Spear, thank you. Don't know if that's something I want, because I'm betting that's gonna be too big for me. But, you know, free things. We also can't use the Golden Ritual Spear, for those who were wondering about if I was going to use that, because it needs intelligence and faith. Which is a shame, because it could have actually worked as a staff and a weapon. So that would have actually been really fun to use. But sadly needs both, so can't use it. Can't use the Great Bow either, because we're not strong enough, but that, I feel like that was obvious. Because great bows are usually, like, mega heavy draws. Where is that? Flame Spear, though. There it is. That too needs faith. Never mind. Another one that needs just the whole gamut. Also needed more strength than we have anyway, so it would be dead in the water either way. So let's go do that loop around again. If I could have gotten back to the shortcut from where we were before. Well, actually, I guess there is a different way I can do this, actually. I just had a realization. Also, we're gonna go back and spend the 50,000 souls I'm carrying before I do something stupid. Then we're actually gonna go back to Irithyll Dungeon itself and go backwards through the shortcut door, because that'll bring me really close to where I'm talking about. Because I think part of the problem I'm having is I'm getting my areas mixed up in my head.
Welcome, speak. Very well. Then taken.
One more step closer to 40 intelligence.
Farewell, Ashmaiden.
Where does Carla end up? We may as well talk to her while we're here. See about learning anything we might learn from her. Because she might teach sorceries. Just hanging out in here, huh?
There you are. As I said, I am Carla, and am grateful to you. Now, what shall we do? The only thing that might interest you is my sorcery.
There we go.
Although my dark arts are a detestable sort. That wouldn't interest you, would it?
I wouldn't mind learning dark sorceries.
You're a wicked one, aren't you? Very well. Humans are of the dark, and you are no different. Some may avert their eyes, but the truth remains the truth. Be careful, though. Few humans are privy to this knowledge. Let it be a secret, kept between you and I.
So you have Affinity, which casts Dark Manifestation of Humanity, which I can use, and Dark Edge, which I also can use. Okay, I thought this was gonna be like add dark to my sword, but I think it's actually like a dark version of Flash Sword. Can't afford these, but I can actually use them, so I might actually consider that. Because as I mentioned before, keeping one's options open is a good idea.
Oh, a pyromancy tome, have we? And one that resonates with the dark. Yes, well suited to me. Very well. If this is your wish, I will unravel the thing the best I can. Besides, it will be nice to play master for once.
That gets us Black Fire Orb and Black Flame. Okay. Those need faith, though, and obviously they're pyromancies, so they're not going to help me at all.
Do stay safe.
Do what I can. Yeah, that gives us other potential options, at the very least. Don't know how strong those spells are, but I would presume that they're solid at the very least. And I suppose the wiki ends up confusing the areas because they are under the same tab in the teleport, even though they have nameplates. Maybe that's where that confusion comes from. No, this takes me back here. This does not take me where I thought it was going to take me. For some reason, I thought this spat out near the Profane Capital area, but I think that's because of the fact that we dropped down from there to get here. And it is a quick trip from there, but it's not where I want to be, so I wasted my time with that thought. But that's no shock, now is it? With where my brain's at today. So we are gonna have to go the long way around again. Can't blame a guy for trying to avoid that. I suppose it's one of those, it was a good thought, just not a complete thought. That takes me down this way. I need to go the other way. The way I don't like. Wow. Amend that statement. I don't like going in either of the directions. Point being, though, when we get to where the shortcut path is, I'm going to look around there more, because clearly I missed something. Best we be about our business quickly now. Got no reason to deal with him anymore. Honestly, this hole's as good as any. For the purposes of what we're doing here. God, I still hate those things. Like, it's bad enough they're down in toxic muck, but the skittering. Ugh. Oh, there's this item over here that I didn't grab. Poison arrows. Okay. Hmm. Light on down there. No idea how one would be meant to get to that window, though. Don't think that's a thing. It's also connected just to this building right here anyway, so I don't think that that's beneficial. Huh. Just to verify, this immediately takes me to the Irithyll dungeon bit. Yeah. So if there's any other paths, it has to be around here. But where? That's the best question of the day. Now, no. Ah. You know, kind of surprised with myself having never noticed this window. But at the same time, the last time we were here, we were fighting sorcery men over here. Son of a bitch. At least it's a safe jump. Like, you can botch this 12 times and not be harmed by it. Which is surprising for this series. Nothing else matters. As long as I have my big hat, I'm happy. There we go. Bingo.
My liberation requires a key, but the key is outside.
It's almost like I have the key. There you go. Hey, bud.
You are a saint. Once again, you are my valiant savior. I, Siegward of Catarina, express my deepest gratitude. Take this, a token of my thanks. Go on. It's all yours.
Ooh, a Titanite slab. You know what? I appreciate this gesture.
No, please. Go on ahead. I've my own road to take, and a duty to fulfill. Very soon.
You do indeed, friend. You do indeed.
No,
And a covetous gold serpent ring. Even if you have no interest in getting Sigvard, you probably want that ring. Wanna know why you want that ring? In case people forget what those covetous rings do, this one's the item discovery ring. 50 extra item discovery. Nothing to sneeze at when you're looking for items. Now, was that an extra motivation for me to go get Sigvard? Yes. The point was to get Sigvard. But the ring was a extra motivator towards me bothering to do so. That said, Sigvard's going to fulfill a very specific purpose for us. Unfortunately, he didn't get to fulfill the other purpose he was supposed to do for us, which was saving Greirat, because I botched that quest. But if I've got my information correct, and I've done everything the way I'm supposed to, we will have a little bit of an extra benefit. soon. Did I want to do anything with these souls? Because I'm never going to use these for items, I don't think. Because I don't think there's actually another place to use these, unlike a couple of the other options. I mean, I don't need to make that decision right now. Anyway, is we're going to add another one to the collection. That is more than likely not going to be one that I will end up using either. So it's time to go fight the big nasty of this area. The long overdue battle with the Lord of the Profaned Capital. Now, I'm gonna lose this 8,000 souls probably unless I do this first try. Which I might do this first try, who knows? Weirder things have happened before. I wouldn't bank on this going that well, but it could. Hi, Sigvard. This is the extra benefit I was talking about. He actually shows up for this fight.
Yhorm. Old friend. I, Siegfried of the Knights of Catarina, have come to uphold my promise. Let the sun shine upon this Lord of Cinder.
Oh, Yhorm is still focused on me, though, huh? Wow, that was a hell of a thing that just happened. Note how much damage he's taking from our spells as well. Like, he actually goes down pretty quick, despite him being huge and having a massive HP pool. I just need to not get hit. Sigvard makes this fight a lot easier from the looks of things. But y'all know me, I'm not exactly above giving myself an edge. Especially when this is an edge I had to work pretty hard for. Considering all the steps we had to do to get Sigvard freed and in position to do his part for this. I don't exactly feel bad about how easy this is going to end up being. Again, assuming I don't get hit. Because I'm pretty sure if he touches me, it's over. There we go. Yhorm the Giant defeated. Thank you for your service, Sigvard. Just like that fire demon, bud. We took him down nice and easy.
It seems I am in your debt once again. My thanks. I could have not kept my promise without you. Now, for a final toast. To your valor, and my old friend Yhorm. Long may the sun shine.
It's nice to have a good bit of teamwork now and then.
Well, I'm going to have myself a little nap. The only thing to do, really, after a nice toast. You are a true friend. Best of luck with your duty.
I'll drink to that. Cutscene first. I was gonna have a toast to him.
The fire fades and awaits its one last lord.
Oh, there's stuff here, though. There's an item. No! I wanted to toast a Sigvard.
Prince Lothric is in your hands.
I didn't even get to touch the bonfire here either.
Save his soul.
Just getting yoinked away. Okay, I can leave before this happens. Because I would like to not lose the 40,000 souls and everything. So yeah, note, we got sent back here to the High Wall of Lothric. Remember that old lady sitting in the chair that I avoided doing anything with when we were here before? Yeah, that's the same person. As you can see, she's fallen out of her chair and for some reason has warped us to her. But I'm gonna put a pin in that for a second. It's one, I'm gonna go spend these souls, and two, I'm gonna run back to the thing. I don't even know what that item that's sitting there is, but I want it. And I will not be denied. Oh, I did actually get the Yorm the Giant bonfire, though, so I can at least go get the item. I forgot that these activate automatically. Storm Ruler. Looks like there's an item that got left here for us as well. I now have 2 copies of Storm Ruler and all the Katarina armor. Now, admittedly, Storm Ruler I don't think is going to have any use for us. Oh wait, no, it costs nothing. I did not realize that this is an attribute-less weapon. So yeah. You may have realized, it says there that Yorm the Giant held 2 of these, and gave one to the humans who doubted him, and left the other to a dear friend before facing his fate as a Lord of Cinder. So the humans received 1 Storm Ruler, and Sigvard received the other. One wonders, then, how the other Storm Ruler ended up here. By Yorm's throne. So, considering the piles and piles and piles of corpses, perhaps here in the profaned capital is where the humans that doubted Yorm were. Who knows? Yeah, so technically I could actually use Storm Ruler. I'm not going to. But technically I could. We'll go back to Vort's bonfire, because we can just run straight across from Vort to where we're going. Sorry for anybody that was expecting me to just jump straight into that fight when I arrived there. I'm not that much of a fool. See if I can just zip on past these guys. Yeah, they don't follow me in here. Okay. Considering we're embered right now, I'm not going to worry about the tiny bit of health I'm missing.
Prince Lothric is in your hands. Please save his soul.
So what on earth happened to you?
What he must be, a law.
Basin of Vows. Like, one wonders genuinely what the hell happened here. Look at all this blood. Like, did she do that to herself to fill the basin? Did somebody attack her? Well, there goes all the lights. There goes the door, too. It's a bit drippy. Have you been there the whole time? So yeah. This is what happens whether you get the Three Lords of Cinder or if you attack the lady early. You have to fight the Dancer of the Boreal Valley. And this is why when somebody was like, oh yeah, go deal with the lady in there, it'll be fine. I immediately refused that because I knew better. Okay, that does okay damage. Oh, wow, that hurts, though. I'm also stuck because I can't see, and I'm dead. Expect me to die as much to bad camera work as anything else in this fight, because of the fact that there's all the stairs and junk in this room. Because it's another room that's not really designed for a fight. But they put a fight in it anyway. I probably should have cleared these guys out and looked around to see if there was any help for this fight, because this fight's gonna be a bit of a nightmare, I think. Because it just is a bit of getting used to because it moves weird. Like, I would not have thought that that swing was going to hit me, for example. It looked like it was going to go over, so I didn't react. And that's got a fucking arc and a half. Good lord. Maybe better off trying to just stay in closer. Assuming I get my rolls to work. Oh, now you got a second sword. Good for you. Now you start living up to your name as a dancer. What the fuck? I forgot that it just has Beyblade mode, that it just kind of does. So yeah, notice how much trouble I'm having with this already. Now consider the fact that people can and will take that fight very early. Like, they'll just go straight there when they first get to that area early. Because it's genuinely not that bad. It's just another case of a fight that's going to be bad for me. Because it's just that right pace that I'm not good at dodging a lot of the time. Because I will always think that it's happening faster than it is. It doesn't help that, like, 2 hits and this fight's over for me. We're gonna have much the same problem we had with the Pontiff with this fight, basically, is the point I'm getting at. In case people were putting those pieces together with that thought. Doesn't help that it's also got reach for fucking days. So it's hard to outdistance it, too. Like, you just do not have much recourse here. Of course you have a charge move. I think if I keep my distance in this phase, I think I might be okay. It's got a lot of long, sweeping animations, but its reach is actually, I think, shorter in this phase. This is not doing as many stretching moves. The danger is going to be getting trapped in the fucking pillars and garbage that are in this arena. So if it stays trapped over there, that's honestly ideal. Nope, it's not trapped anymore. It's not trapped anymore at all. Goodbye. Okay. Only like 3 tries. That's far better than I thought that was gonna be for getting through the dancer fight. Okay. We now have another bonfire here. So let's go get rid of these souls before anything bad can happen. And now we'll actually take a look at what the urn has for us from the souls. I didn't bother going and checking Yorm's immediately because of the fact that I knew we were going to be doing that fight immediately. So it made more sense to get both and then do this. So Soothing Sunlight is from the Dancer. High HP for self and wide area. Doesn't really help us. Dancer's Enchanted Swords. If we had Faith we could use. We need 2 Faith to use these. They do physical, fire, and magic, so they're really good. As you can see, they were received from Pontiff Sullivan, which is where some of those similarities probably come in from. And it gives you a continuous spinning attack, just like they were using until you run out of stamina. There's Yorm's Great Machete, Yorm's Great Shield, hence why I said Yorm's probably not going to be useful to us. I'm going to grab the Dancer's Enchanted Swords, in case I do decide to use them, and I just go grab the 2 Faith I need to actually use them properly. Is those might actually be fun. Though they probably won't get deep use because of the fact that, you know, they're a boss weapon and I don't have the resources to level one anymore, particularly. So yeah, that's the Dancer and Yorm dealt with. Only an hour and a half in, too, so honestly, we are ahead of schedule now. If I just get a little bit more, I could get the 2 points of faith I need. Do I care enough? Or do I want to just keep pumping my intelligence up at this point and just give up on doing anything fancy? Because if honestly we could keep at this pace, we might just finish the game today. Because I was expecting to have to do more in the Profane Capital to even get to Yorm. And then I anticipated Yorm was going to at least take a couple tries, and then the Dancer was going to take double-digit tries. And then that was going to be the majority of today's stream. While I'm definitely not opposed to having this off the schedule sooner, I am confused and uncertain about the reality we are currently living in. There's also the world where I push up to 30 dexterity instead of continuing to raise my intelligence. Or like I raise my vitality for some fucking reason. Endurance I think is done with at this point. At 20. Same with Vigor. Just short of putting another like 10 points into Vigor, I don't see it making a difference against the damage we're taking at this point. I think we just commit to the bit at this point, just keep raising intelligence. think we've even really gained anything to use with anyone else.
Ah, it is, wasn't it?
And yeah, this Yoni Slayer takes Twinkling Titanite, for those who were wondering about that. Storm Ruler takes Scales. It's treated as a boss weapon because I believe... Isn't this a reference to Demon Souls? Wasn't there a Storm Ruler weapon back then? I seem to recall that that's the case, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, it counts as a boss weapon, is the point. Which, that slab we got, we can't even use, because we haven't even gotten chunks. Which I feel like I missed somewhere to get Titanite chunks from. Considering we don't have them. But since we're heading into the end... Oh, Hex and Melody, thank you both for the raids. I'm assuming you were doing Vintage Story today, but hopefully we're having a grand time with whatever it is you were doing. And thank you both for bringing your communities on over. I appreciate you both. And of course, if either of you need to raid and run, please make sure to do so. Taking care of yourselves should be your first priority. I'm just still processing the fact that we actually got through 2 fights already today, so we're on a great track right now. And I'm deciding if I want to just sell out of my large soul, since we're probably heading into endgame now. It's probably a good idea, because I'm not going to use any of these. Yeah, we're just making as much headway as I can here in Dark Souls 3. Hopefully everyone out there is doing well and had good fun watching the Vintage Story as well. We just got all the dancer stuff available to us. I don't think I'm really gonna have too much use for it. That is only 7, so it's not terrible. Absolutely. You take care, and thank you again. Enjoy your food. Just doing calculations in my head and making a handful of decisions before I throw myself to the wolves in Lothric Castle. I could spend some of the huge amount I just put together on these to level something else. I don't think that helps me at all, actually, right now. Because I think everything that I'm actively using is already up to chunks. You would think I would remember because I just looked at this. That needs scales. That needs chunks. That needs twinkling. That needs scales. That's where all my scales went, for anybody wondering. Yeah, this needs large. This needs chunks. Yeah, I don't... It must take, like, a ridiculously high intelligence before the Court Sorcerer staff becomes just so much better. Because everything I was reading told me that this was the staff you want once you get the high intelligence, is the Court Sorcerer staff, and the numbers ain't numbering. But we are only now, I think, at 40? So, I guess maybe it's more like 50 or 60 where it matters. Hard to say. Either way, I don't think there's any reason to worry about that at the moment. But I don't think I can get another 2 levels out of 80. We'll see what the number looks like when we're done with that idea. I know, I was already over 40 in intelligence, so that's 42. We need 5,000 more for another level. Can I scrounge that so I don't lose these souls when invariably bad things happen? Yeah, to catch everybody up on where we're at and why I'm doing this to begin with, this was an incentive earned by my community during a donathon I did basically at the beginning of this year. and we've been working through all of the things earned from that since then, basically. It's been a long list and a long process, because we had to get through Dark Souls 1 and 2 before this, as well as a bunch of other games, so it's been a whole long process. Well worth it, because it's all things I've never beaten before, so it's been good to clean up my list, for lack of a better way of describing it. Obviously, no special bells or whistles to it other than I had to play the first available version of everything, because that was a stipulation I put on it. And the remaining things on that list, for anybody who might be inclined towards them, is Hades 1 and Little Nightmares. That's all that's left at this point. We've already beaten everything else that was on that list. Is that enough? Was 44 enough? Yes, perfect. For those wondering why am I selling embers, it's because I don't ember up much, because one, all it does is extend my health bar, or as far as my purposes go, and two, it attracts the attacks of other players when you're embered, and I have no interest in being attacked by other players. Thank you, Nature, that reminds me. At any point during the stream today, I may disappear because there is still a thunderstorm overhead. My power may go out at any point. That's an important note to point at. And anyone who is scared of thunder, I do apologize for the fact that you will be hearing it occasionally through the microphone. There is no amount of sound canceling I can do to get rid of that. Because for however loud it may sound to y'all, it is just as loud, if not louder, to me. Thunder be real loud around here. The statue bleeds, pours into the basin. Don't ask how a statue can bleed. Better off not thinking too hard about that. This is all just to get said statue out of our way, so we can go up this ladder. Because that was in fact what our entire adventure fighting all of those other Lords of Cinder and everything was technically for. Was all just to go up this ladder to go to Lothric Castle. Obviously, the strengthening we've experienced along the way is kind of important. Otherwise, I would have just risked going ahead and fighting the Dancer early and zipped our way in. Can't quite tell if they're going to be dangerous. Gesundheit. Yep, you're an enemy. Ain't ya? Oh, you're one of these guys. Okay. Thankfully, we're very good against shielded enemies thanks to the special move on this knife, so not really much of a concern there. They're going down. I don't think that this is where I want to be going, but I want to take a look over here. No, there was a whole thing I could have dropped off for up there, too. Yeah, you know what? I'm not a fan of what I'm seeing up ahead of here. Ready? Oop. Floor is lava, it seems. Tell you what, then. If the floor here is bad, how about we deal with whatever that is over there from the elevator instead of walking out into Goop Land. Oh, it's one of those things. We haven't seen these since the beginning of the game. In hindsight, being trapped in the elevator with this thing, not my finest of plans. Yep, that's what I was afraid of. I should have hit the elevator earlier if I was gonna do that move. But you may be wondering, well, did he do that on purpose to get rid of his Ember? Yeah. Yeah, I did. Because I don't want to get invaded. As you can see, I already got a decent enough health bar. I don't really need the Embering for just regular day-to-day things. And since I didn't have a lot of souls, didn't have a lot to lose. Lift required ahead. Oh, so when you get off the lift partway, just... No, because that's a separate building. There's no connection between those two. Let's go the other way. I might come back to that idea in a minute. But I want to take a peek-sees over this way. Okay, there's a whole thing transpiring here. Bunch of presumed tombs. Oh, and you're a red-eye too. Look at you. I was gonna be respectful and, you know, not just shoot you. But then he came running at me and I got scared. You were trying to help your friend. Real shame that you were a little slow about that, huh? Anyway. Soul of a Crestfallen Knight. Well, there's another Crestfallen Knight to join you now. Try down. Contraption doesn't move. Well, I would if the elevator was working. Is boy, is that too far down? I wonder if anybody actually just read that sign and jumped. Just assumed that they were telling the truth. None of that. No buffing. I already have a bad enough debuff from the fact that my lock-on just didn't want to work there. Wow. It's a hell of a thing that these Lothric Knights are so strong still. That they take that much off of somebody who's gone through everything else. But I think they are statted up compared to the one you see back there at the beginning of the game, more or less. Like, I don't think they're significantly statted up unless they're buffed by the clerics. Really? So you're telling me that that swing that contacted his body wasn't enough to kill him before his sword hit me? Like, I would have accepted us both dying. I don't really agree with him not dying. That's the part I have a problem with. Like, I would have fully accepted a trade there, even if it wouldn't have accomplished anything. It would have at least made me feel better. Go ahead and just pick up my empty soul pile, I guess. Lock on, please. Thank you. Sometimes you'll just hear that clacking. That's me trying to desperately to get the lock on to listen to me at all. Get used to that happening, because boy, oh boy, does the lock on just decide things are a suggestion at times. Rid of you fast before you can get that buff off this time. Attract you to me, and ideally fight just you and not you and your friend. And then I'll go fight your friend. Wasn't expecting him to live through that, I'll be honest with you. There we go. I was expecting me to either die or stagger at the very least. Oh, there's still another cleric, huh? Yeah, there he is, in fact. Oh, and you healed him the second he would have died. Are you kidding me, game. Come on now. So you may be wondering, why did you roll when that guy wasn't attacking? That was a buffered input after my finger twitched while I was attacking. It decided order of operations was, okay, we'll do the attack you wanted, and then we'll just roll for no reason. Just because your finger brushed the roll button. Really hate it when that happens. 'Cause I have very twitchy hands. It's just a problem. Makes things very, very difficult in games that are very particular like this. Kill him before that healing happens. No. Well, at least it's another large Titanite shard. I think the Soul Spear goes through shields, since it goes through people. Nope, doesn't go through shields. Okay. And of course the Great Shield guy, in hindsight, probably has enough stability that he doesn't care about me stabbing him around his shield as far as stability goes, until it happened a few times like that. A large Titanite. My magic back so that I can do stabbing properly here. So now that I know that there's another cleric, it would be great if I could find the door. Now, of course, I should have rolled one more time, but I figured he wasn't gonna instant pivot. I should know better though by now, having gotten this far in a game where enemies will do a pirouette before murdering you. You would think I would know better. But I always have hope that they will actually do reasonable things sometimes, and I'm almost always disappointed. Really should be using my soul mass more. I have spent so much of this game without it that I've kind of forgotten that it exists. It also doesn't do nearly as much as it used to. I don't know if that would, like, revive him if he finished casting that. I don't want to find out. It may be in my better interest just to run through here, honestly. This is getting rather upsetting. Problem is, with running through here, I don't know where I'm going. And I don't know if I'm gonna run into more by doing this. There's the bonfire. Can't touch it, though, because there's an enemy too close. Okay, I was making sure the other one wasn't about to show up. I'm so glad he chose to stance up at that moment. There we go. Now we can get past all those problems. I don't like the just run through strategy. I feel like it's questionable design that just ends up being the move, but for sake of my sanity, that's the move right now. Though honestly, I would also say something like that's kind of a no-win scenario. If you make it so people can't just run through, then it starts becoming a major slog. But by letting people just run through, it also makes a lot of your encounters largely irrelevant. It's an awkward situation just across the board. There's another chunk. Oh, hey, bud. We do have ads coming up, be advised. I will be stopping for the ads, so you won't miss anything. What I'll probably do, if I don't get up and walk away for a moment, is just go back to Firelink and do some business at most. But I don't really have any business to do, so I'll probably just get up and stretch and all that during the ad break. Oh yeah, there's an enemy right up there. Sir, you and I need to have a talk about you and your crossbow bolts. Mr. No Helmet here, thinking he was a boss or something. Oh. The fact that they landed on me enough to stagger me while I was hitting them is rather annoying. There's the ads starting up. Depends on whether those are the ads or the ads are coming in a moment. There's a whole thing there. I'm not going to get into it again right now. I've gotten into that so many times at this point. What we'll do is we'll just fall back to the bonfire. I'm not going to touch it because I don't want to reactivate the enemies, but if something appears and kills me, at least we'll be right here. So if you need to get up and do anything, I highly recommend you do it now so you don't miss anything. Because all you'll be missing is me doing exactly the same thing. Back in a moment, y'all. Okay, I have returned, though obviously everyone is not back yet. So, while we wait, I'm going to talk about a couple things. Specifically, Brain. I love that I get to that point and then Brain forgot the part of what I was actually going to talk about there. Love that for me. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to wait on that thought because it'll be better to have that thought when everybody can hear that. But I'll briefly talk about what's coming up soon while we're stuck here in ad hell, because those of you that can hear me will probably be interested in what's coming up. Most notably, I still have not made any major decisions for the rest of this week. But we do have a collab in a little game called Draw and Guess coming up. That was the game I was talking about yesterday where I have to guaranteed play it. Or at least I have plans to guaranteed play it at the very least by the 30th. I just still haven't firmed up times with everybody that's going to be participating in that as to exactly when they're available and when they want to do that. It's nothing too complicated. It's just a game where one player draws a thing and then everybody else gets to guess what it is. It's another one of those. But I was offered keys for it, so I'm like, yeah, you know what? Why not? I'll get some people together and mess around with that. Why not? It'll be fun. And there is still plans for or that show I was talking about running, where I drag people through weird games and all that. So that's still upcoming. I may run the pilot for that next month. I don't think I would be running it this month. I think it's a little too soon, because I don't even have an overlay for it or anything, and I do want to make one for that. That Mimic head is always funny. Yeah, welcome back from the ads for everyone now, presumably. So the thing I was going to address is that I do plan on doing another art giveaway soon-ish. Like, obviously, I have a whole thing I'm doing where people can volunteer for a specific kind of art on Blue Sky right now, but that's not the giveaway I'm talking about. I just feel like doing one. This one doesn't even have, like, a special event or occasion attached to it. I just feel like doing a giveaway. Just because, you know, reward the people that have been supportive and kind to me and all that. I like to do that. So that will be a thing that's coming. Whether it's a giveaway that'll be on socials or if it's a giveaway that'll be here, I haven't decided yet. And obviously there is that sub-goal for getting Zelda 2, as in the original NES Zelda 2, for those who are so inclined for witnessing somebody suffering. That's going to be a thing. That was very ominous that thunder just happened to happen right after I said that. Okay, it's another one of you. I couldn't tell what I was looking at from up there. I forgot it had this, like, holy light beams from the sky nonsense that it can do. Oh, boy. I was not expecting that to hit behind them like that. Gotcha. I'm glad I got the drop on them rather than them getting the drop on me. Because fighting him in this room over here would have been a disaster with how that was going, even with open space. Twinkling Titanite? That was definitely there to bait you into getting that guy dropped on your head, that's for sure. And nothing up here, huh? That's a shame. Oh, it wasn't alive this time. Look at that. Rude. Oh, there's the winged knight armor. I'm pretty sure that thing I fought was a winged knight, because it had, you know, it was a knight that had wings sticking out of the back. It kind of makes sense. Hmm. Oh yeah, that's where we were just fighting all those dudes. Get a load of that thing. That's both so cool and also kind of terrifying. Especially since there's multiple of them. What the hell even are those things? They almost look like flying nervous systems. Like all, well, and your veins attached as well. For to have that much going on. That's fucking weird. They all seem to be heading in a particular direction, too. Are they real? Can I shoot them? Doesn't seem like it. That arrow seemed to pass right through it. Huh. Since there was disturbed bird shingles here, I was seeing if there was like an area down below or something. Like they were hinting that you were meant to jump there with the gaps in the shingles. Because that made sense in my head. For those wondering why I take the bow off, it's because I'm trying to save some space in my carrying capacity so I can move better. Since we are very, very much on the edge of 50% constantly. sir. I was looking at the eclipse. Oh, I got lucky that he got clipped by that swing at that moment. Oh, you had a friend too, huh? How nice for you to have a friend. And there it is. I knew I'd gotten lucky the first time, but I'm like, maybe I'll get lucky again. Whack, nope. They really don't want you climbing these stairs. Unfortunately for them, it's kind of going to be one of those immovable object meets unstoppable force scenarios, because I'm too stubborn to stop. I will be going through there. You will not stop me. I will die 1,000 deaths, and if I have to fill the boat with my bodies, I will get there. Are you running? Answer to bait me into this guy. And into the crossfire of the crossbowmen. The hell of a backdrop they got going on for this area of the castle, though. Like, is that... I have to assume that's an eclipse. What's going on up there? So based on where that guy throwing those white jars is, I can just shoot him. I didn't realize he's just right there. Too high? Nope, perfect. Thing is, I think he's not gonna move back forward. Pretty sure, since this is a Dark Souls game, I'm not gonna be able to get a shot past the stoneworks there, but I'm gonna try. Got him. I needed him to turn to be able to hit him, though. It's made him stick his arm out more. Okay, this is officially a waste of time, though. I think by knocking him a bit out of position, though, that'll help. Does Wing Knight come back? It does. Good to know. Where does the guy with the halberd come from? Ah, over here. Man, you guys got a whole new regimen for surviving, huh? Remember when we were fighting these guys back on the high wall? And they were not taking nearly as much damage? I don't know if that's a son I want to praise, especially with these things flying by. Still not really sure what I'm looking at, even now that they're closer. Let's get a bow out again and look at them a bit better, though. I'm genuinely curious. I still can't really get a good read on what the hell those things are meant to be. They're freaky, whatever they are. I think it's one of those, I don't know what that is, but what I can guarantee is I don't like it. Ow. Oh, that's what they're throwing, is the you can't use Estus thing. You know, I should have recognized that, but it's been long enough since we dealt with that I forgot. Because the last time we saw that, I think, was the Cathedral of the Deep. Where a handful of things there were throwing the bottles of you can't use your healing. Makes sense, though, with what they're defending against here at the castle, that they would have guys ready to throw that to prevent us from healing our way up. Dragon barracks. My people. Probably not. Probably false advertising. Oh man, something tore through here and wiped out a lot of knights, saving me some trouble, that's for sure. You know, I just said it might be false advertising. I think I might be wrong. You're not dead. You're just grieving. Join your friend in death. I really dislike when it decides to take that attack around my target, which is not what I told it to do. Because for those wondering, I even gave a directional input indicating to turn to the right and do the stab. But I guess because of when I pressed the button, it decided, no, we need to stab the air over there. That air is clearly dangerous. It's a whole thing. To think we got the backstab and it still didn't matter, too. Oh. You have lost your right to fair play, sir. Perish. Yeah, sure, that just swings all the way around. Why not? God, what kind of wind-up does that attack have? Like, I really expected him to have been done with that a long time before that. Just stop that. There we go. And enough of that nonsense. And this wasn't even worth it, because that may as well go in the trash can, because we can't use it. Empty. Huh. You all empty? Yeah. Huh. Guess the bodies all rotted away a long time ago. I knew they were dead, but I didn't expect them to be that far gone. Oh, hey, you have a friend. Isn't that great? Whew. Well, that's a problem. There's goodies over there. You know, you're acting about how I feel right now. I gotta tell you that. Well, I guess there's always one gold standard for dealing with problems like this. Certainly don't value the idea of just running through there, that's for sure. Well, that does very, very little, though. I feel like there's a trick to this. Of course, you know, it's kind of hard to get a good look around when they're covering the entire area in fire constantly, too. Because I feel like this isn't meant to be a case of you run past that, because with two of them being there, that seems very, very risky. For not really any benefit. Especially since you can't get a look at where you're going ahead of time. And very well, at the very least. It's like, I don't know for sure if that's a ledge or not. Like, I don't know if that's flat to the ground. I don't think it is. So at best, you would have to jump off of there to get down onto that ledge there. Huh. I don't think there's any clever nonsense I could do here. Well, actually, there's one thing we can do. Cowabunga it is! Okay, good. The fire doesn't get down here. I wasn't sure if that was gonna reach or not. Thanks, I hate it. On the bright side, it's down there. Aside from its jump attack, I don't think it can get at me. So let's just kill that, what, say? Oh, that is upsetting seeing it come up through the floor like that, though. Oh, good day, sir. Not impressed by that, huh? Okay. There's a lot of stuff down there. Doesn't look like I can get across to that. Oh, another halberd and axe combo? Great. This is gonna take probably the majority of the stream to make any headway here, just because of the amount of pairs like that that are gonna be an issue. It's gonna be a matter of, I'm gonna just move along somewhere and run right into one of those. That's just gonna be what's gonna happen here. Okay, so it is that one that's the one that wakes up and transforms and everything. Okay. Let me grab my stuff before anything bad can happen, since we actually have a fair amount to lose at the second. Just do us both a favor and stand still. It's not gonna matter. I really wish the targeting in this was better, or for spells. Oh, you just decided to come running down here, I guess. Okay. You know, actually that works out for me. I don't know if they were aggroed by me, or if they were aggroed by the screaming. Could be either. There we go. We really are giving you lots of large Titanite at this point, which is good because we need that to finish multiple different projects. But I feel like it would have made more sense for them to be giving that a little bit earlier than this. But then again, you can buy it for 4,000, I guess. Just 4,000 is also pricey for trying to get any quantity of it. Yeah, both of you are alive. I kind of figured. Can I just get one of you? Apparently, I'm just bad at fighting Lothric Knights today. Yeah, sure, you could just 180 with that. Why not? What the fuck is the point to a charge move like that when you could just spin around with it? It's a charge, not a spinaroonie, and yet here we are. So we'll call him a goddamn merry-go-round. Of course, you just get up immediately. No matter how slow I move up. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. Oh, that's bad times for me. But I just wait your buff out. How do you feel about that idea? He stands up. He's gonna fuck my shit up if I let him. Nope. I had to remember what his attacks were before I made any commitment there. Because otherwise I was just gonna get obliterated. Yeah. Kind of figured there'd be an item there, considering there was 2 Lothric Knights just chilling here. Nope. Just nothing. Would you not with the bottles, please? Okay, we're under the dragons now. Raw gem. Maybe there's something down below? Hello? Oh, I hate it here. There is, in fact, something down below, and it's something I wish I didn't find. How far up can you get? Okay, you do understand how stairs work. Okay, understood. How smart is he, though? Pretty smart. He's not too stupid, but he's not that smart either. Yeah, that second shot was a bad call. I'll just go now. I'm not here. I left. I totally left. There we go. Ooh, a rapier. I might actually be able to use that. Not sure I will at this point, but it's something that theoretically could be done. Was there a reason for you being down here, or were you just down here as a peekaboo? Now there's 2 chests. This one's safe. And so's this one. Hey, a scale. Nice. You love to see it. There's more chests, too. That's clipped into the floor, but it's still safe. Twinkling. That one's hidden, but it looks like it's pointing back. Yes, it is. I feel like somebody fighting the Outrider down here probably would end up breaking at least one of those chests. And that just seems like it would be such tragedy. Can I get an angle to magic you? And will it do any real amount of damage? Yeah, that works, actually. Well, when he's not pointing up, anyway. That's gonna take a lot of magic to get through, though. I don't know if that's really the move for this. What if we eke a little further forward and Soul Spear, though? Okay, that still only hits once. I was hoping it would go through the head and then hit the body and count a second time. I think I can kill it. I just don't know if I can kill it and have much left over. And that was the other thing I was afraid of, is eventually it'd get upset enough to start fire breathing. Just trying to ensure that I don't end up having many of these end up not reaching, like that one just didn't. That one also didn't. The good news is we'll be down one of the 2 dragons once this one dies. Assuming they don't respawn, which they might not. It'd honestly be kind of funny if they respawned. Man, that's a loud noise. Wait. I didn't even get souls or anything for that. It's just dead. Huh. Well then. There's just something making really awful noises around here. Let's circle back around to where that the hole over here is. Because there's still all those items down here. And I don't really like the idea of crossing in front of the still living dragon. Wait. Did they die together? Did both die when one died? Huh. Well, that simplifies matters. Or Titanite. Yeah, that is the one that I killed already. Thought so. Chunk. We have so many chunks now. I think I can do all of the things I would want to do with chunks. No. No transforming for you. When I'm in range, I ain't gonna let those things transform. Absolutely not. Lizard. I'll take that hit, that's fine. Yeah, I kind of figured. Visions of Tears, huh? I wonder if by mob enemy they meant, like, it's a, like, roguish type instead of it actually being, like, lots of them. Whoop. That's not good. So you may be wondering where the game went. The game just crashed. So, you know, that's... When everything froze for a second, I really thought my whole computer was going. Or, like, my drivers died again, because that has been a thing that's happened a few times. Apparently it's just the game, though. Just the game went. Everything else is fine. So let's get back in there. That was weird. Wait, why did that window move? What? Why is my bot window moved now? Maybe everything did trip for a second? Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to have lost from the crash, too. I presume it'll put us back at the bonfire. No, put us here. With this guy dropping on my head. So that was something. Is he gonna crash again when I walk over here? No, maybe that's what the Visions of Tears was, though. Maybe other people have had a crash in that spot. Game? I don't know why I couldn't attack there. I just couldn't do anything. Even though I was able to walk, I just couldn't attack or do anything. That was bizarre. on the bright side, that guaranteed saved everything that had happened up till this point, so got that going for me. The dragons are still down, too. Okay. That's good, at least. Let's go get the stuff that's up here, then, before we go back down on Thief Alley. It's still very weird that they both died when one died. Still things making awful gribbly noises around here, and I'm not a fan. But I guess when we eventually open this gate, because I presume we will open this gate at some point, we now have a free and clear pass through here since the dragons are out of the way. There's that. Had a feeling that was coming with the guys throwing firebombs down here. Because every time they have dark rooms like this where people are throwing firebombs, it's full of explosives. Every time. It's admittedly a trick they've only played like twice, but both times have been in Lothric areas, so it makes sense. Ow. Really put a lot of guys in here, huh? Again, it is a castle, so I suppose it makes sense that it'd be real busy in here, but good lord. Considering everything that's happened in this world up till this point. Oh, you're the guy that wakes them all up. No. No, 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 no. I remember that bit. Ooh, if I hadn't bailed out of that area, we would have lost all those souls that are down below. And that's a mimic. Of course it is. Careful not to hit the mimic yet. Last thing I need is to activate the mimic while I've got all this other stuff happening here. As it stands... I still have a Ring of Sacrifice? I don't. Just gonna put one on to prevent losing the stuff we left behind and in Thief Alley, but it's looking like that's not gonna happen. Oh. So I take it that this is what was behind the dragons. Like, you kill these and the dragons die, probably. We just killed them directly. But this, I presume, was the puzzle, essentially. But these dragons were infested with the same stuff that the undead we keep seeing had. I should probably use my fire arrows for this. Oh yeah, it doesn't like that. Because that's how we dealt with these back in High Wall, was I was still using the fire sword at that point, so they would immediately get set ablaze when we hit them. Now, admittedly, since the dragon's already dead, I presume there's largely no point to doing this, but it gets rid of a danger that's in this area, so it's probably a good idea to kill it. And it gets rid of all the awful squelching noises that were happening constantly. Oh! That also got me the souls from that dragon. Interesting. So I guess that's what was keeping the body here. Interesting. So there's another equivalent probably like right over there across the way, wherever the dragon's foot is. Interesting. Why is my sword not in my hand? There we go. That was almost awkward. I was just punching that guy in the chest when he came running up out of nowhere. Huh. We're learning so much here today. Also nothing. More Titanite chunks. Titanite scale. And now we've looped. Perfect. Cleaned all that up without having to worry about it. That honestly, aside from dying in Thief Alley, really went smoothly. Now, decisions. I think I do just go back to Thief Alley right away. I was debating going and getting the upgrades from the chunks first before I go back to Thief Alley. But I think I do want to get my money back first. So I guess that mob enemy warning was just a little further ahead than I expected it to be. They're also all behind the wall up there, I'm assuming, because I can't see them hanging out. Oh, wait. Actually, hang on. I might see something. I need to get to be able to zoom in on it to see if I'm actually seeing this. No, that's just part of the wall. Like, there's obviously that guy right there that I can shoot. Where do his friends come from? Aside from, you know, kind of everywhere. There's one. It'd be kind of funny if there were just, like, tiny catapults behind all these edges and they just get launched up and out at me. Okay, good. Staying behind the wall there actually meant that they didn't all aggro, which made them easy to deal with, instead of me charging into the middle of them thinking I could just rip them up like a badass. We still aren't there. We still are not at badass status, and I don't think we ever will be. Oh, I hate that. Speaking of badass... Oh, it's Big Axe Guy, too. Yeah, that is a position. You really think you're clever hiding behind the wall there, don't you? He didn't like that I was making fun of him. Boink. 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 If you think I'm fighting that thing fair and square, you got another thing coming. I'm no fool. No siree. He ain't gonna live till he's 103. There we go. More large Titanite shards. Hello, sir. Time for you to die. Sniper crossbow. Neat. Yeah, it is kind of rubbish, isn't it? That's where all those guys were before. This was the guy that was throwing the jars down at me. think there's nothing for it but to drop down here then, because we've done all of that. And I need to run around in the internals a bit more to find where we're actually meant to be going. But we did a lot just in that little loop there. We have 80,000 souls and a lot of Titanite chunks to use. We're about to upgrade. We're about to upgrade. We're about to upgrade so many fucking things.
Ah, just wasn't it?
Yeah, we got 12 chunks. Or was it? No, we already had one, so we got 11 chunks out of that trip. And all of them are going into making this great knife maxed out. Let's go. We actually have a maxed out weapon now. I debated putting it into one of my staves. And arguably I probably should have. But the staves seem to be advancing fast enough with intelligence that I don't necessarily need to do that. We do have enough larges, though, to push this up to the point where it needs chunks. It's still a fair few points behind, though. I still don't understand that situation entirely. Now, we do have some scales to use if I want to, like if I wanted to start actually working on the Dancer Swords. This is still a thought. I need to see if this can be infused, is the important question. It cannot, from the look of things. So it's just got good stats and not anything remarkable there, then. I mean, I still could use it, but eh. It does have Frostbite, which is fun, though. I think I would rather continue putting my Twinkling Titanite into the Pontiff Sword, though. Oh, now it needs a slab to go to 5. Okay. We're definitely gonna need to find some more slabs, but who knows where we're gonna find more of those. This is another thing I could use my scales for, is working up the tailbone short sword for fun. See that, or I save them for the bow. But that's already up to the point where it needs 8. And I'm not using it that much. We're getting good enough use out of our magic that I have not needed the bow for more than just, like, poking things, for the most part. But I also can't infuse the tailbone knife, which makes me sad. Yeah, we still didn't get any shards. Okay. That's all that business accounted for. Give me some levels, my dear. Oh, A level, based on what we have here.
Farewell, may the...
Do I have enough to scrounge together a second level just so I don't have to worry about losing this stuff? The answer is yes. Go ahead and eat that, and that's good enough.
Well, very well. Then take...
I was expecting to need to use more than one, is why I bothered to go to the shop instead of just eating it in my inventory. But there we go, we got 45 intelligence now, so that's good. Considering I started the grind before the session and this session with, you know, considering the grind before all being part of same session, basically. We started at 30 intelligence today. Going up 15 is pretty good. Half again intelligence increase is pretty impressive. And more than likely, that is what I should credit my success today with. Is the massive increase in intelligence, allowing me to do a lot more damage. Okay, so there's got to be another path back this way that I didn't take. That actually leads, like, into the interior. I mean, it doesn't have to be over here. It could be over on the other one, too. But I have to assume one of these two has the answer. Oh, apparently everybody got woke up. I got very, very lucky I didn't just die there. Considering we came out of it with like a magic pixel of health. Yeah, probably over here is probably where I wanted to be. I think, yep, the gate's right down there. It's a trap though, isn't it? Almost certainly a trap. Yep, we got a big red eye guy there, and I'm assuming there's a lever on both sides. No, that just opens the gate, huh? Really figured it would have been like a double lever system to open a big gate like that. I do seem to have upset a lot of people by opening that, though. They just can't get at me with where I am. Oh, what's the matter? You can't get me? Oh no, what a shame. Be a real shame if I just did a dick move like just shooting you to death from up here, huh? You're getting healed, so it's probably gonna go a lot of nowhere fast for me unless I'm really quick about this. There we go, I killed him before the cleric could save him. Arguably, what I should have done was shot the cleric first. But I was also mostly considering just hopping down and stabbing the cleric immediately. The reason I didn't is Yep, I thought I heard somebody else moving. I just wasn't sure who that somebody else was. No, why'd that one die in one? Huh. Odd. Somebody else battering around, though. That's what I was kind of figuring, is there was probably a knight for every cleric. Or a cleric for every knight, depending on which way you wanted to look at that. Arguably 6 of one, half dozen of the other there. I always underestimate how mobile these heavy shield guys are with their spears. Thankfully, no matter how tough or mobile you are, a knife through the side of your helmet, definitely still a problem. So that does still present a problem anytime we go through that front gate. From here on, we're gonna have to go through all that, probably. Since we've already established that the clerics and Lothric Knights respawn. A lot of statues holding their helmets, or in this case, their heads. Really, it's just a theme around here. A whole lot lost their head. Rises? Sunlight metal. It's also an elevator, but let's not toy with that yet. Aha! I found the evil. Drinking the wrong sody pop. There we go. I'm gonna have a look at that elevator before I go down this way, though. Because we did see that one door that had a sign said need lift to access. So I wonder if this is the lift in question. At which case that would open up a shortcut. Though with the way that this elevator is facing, I don't think so. So I'm pretty sure the door in question that I was thinking of was facing that way. Oh! This is even more of a shortcut, though. This is back to the beginning of Lothric Castle entirely. Because that's where the first grieving knight we saw was. We don't want to be down there, though. That is not a place we want to be. After all the work we did getting through here, why would we want to go back right now, right? Right. There's the fog gate, too. Well, more likely a fog gate. I feel like something like Lothric Castle is probably going to have more than one. It'd be kind of surprising if it was a one and done around here, considering all the build up to get here. Ow. Oh, there's a lot of bad in there. There we go. Give him the old slicey slicey. Sometimes that's what you gotta do, is just sow a little confusion with a couple arrows. Make them think they're being attacked from somewhere else. You know, ignoring the fact that if they'd paid attention, they very easily could have seen me knocking, aiming, and loosing arrows. It was right into their faces, but, you know. These guys are dead. They're not exactly smart. This screams trap. Climb down the ladder and immediately get trapped in a nightmare. No? Night ring. Neat. Creature from my nightmare. I am not running across this after you. You got another thing coming if you think I'm coming over there. So I assume you've got support over there. And I ain't about to play that game. No. No honorable duel for you today, sir. Really expected like a gate to slam down behind me there or something. That's not a mimic. Surprisingly. More Titanite scales. Oh! Oh, the altar of sunlight. Praise the sun. And I guess I could ult for the sunlight metal, actually. Here. Covenant Allegiance deepened, even though I'm not actually in the Covenant. Sure, why not? Now, is this the door I was thinking about? Maybe. No, this is the other door that was right next to us. Damn it. Going around in a damn circle. I guess it's not that bad to get back from here anyway. Though the ads are genuinely about to start. I'll grab the items, then I'll go home. It'd honestly be funny if I died falling off of here. Whee! Ow, my legs. There's all kinds of stuff going on down here, actually. Art shard. So, Crestfallen Knight. Guess I'm not going home. aggroed somebody. This is a mimic. Oh, fuck it. Got him. Let's go. So far, so good there, Tara. Hopefully you enjoy your food once you get to it. We've actually been doing very, very well. Dancer only took a couple tries. Yorm took 1 try. We've been making good headway in Lothric Castle once I broke through the front door enough to actually make any headway at all. We already dealt with the dragons. Been going well. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop on my head at some point. But since ads are happening, it's time to fall back for the moment. It's a rough one. It hits very, very hard. It moves kind of weird. I honestly expected it to take more tries than it did. Like, I was expecting, like, Pontiff level problems with that, if I'm honest. So I was very pleased and very happy when it worked out. Though, admittedly, it did get stuck in the winning attempt, so, you know, there's that. Yeah, exactly.
Just wasn't it?
And unfortunately for the player, it has quite the advantage in that vein because it's been dancing a lot longer than we have. Even more magic power. I have enough Titanite scales to do some things with. I need another chunk to work on the Rotten Grew Sword some more. Because that's probably going to be what's going to be the main things, is the Grew Sword. Obviously, we got our knife maxed out now. And then I'll work up our staff as well. Like, those are the 3 things that'll go up in tandem, probably. As we get the rest of the chunks that there are. I'm curious to see where this will end up, so I'll go ahead and put scales in it. Not bad for only going up to +2. Really is a shame that you can't infuse it. Also can't infuse bows. Let's see. We need 10,000 more for a level. I'm pretty sure I can scrounge that out of what we've got in sellables. Yeah, there's literally that Crestfallen Night Soul right there that'll do the job.
Ashen one.
Oh, I'm just short. Yeah, dang. I don't really want to use any of these consumable souls because they're all way too much for what we need there. Here, have these knives. And these knives too. Never gonna use them.
Ashen.
Meh.
Welcome, very well. Then take.
At this rate, I'm just gonna keep on push until we hit 50 intelligence, probably.
Farewell.
And if the game's not over once I hit 50 intelligence, I'll start raising something else. We really did get a very big swing in intelligence today, though. Good lord. 62 for magic for that, plus 38 for that. Not bad at all. 190 spell buff. Exactly. Now that took a pretty big jump, actually. That's only 7 behind now. Maybe 50 is where it'll suddenly become good. Still storming like crazy out there. Gotta go spend my day playing Brain Age to get my brain smarter. An argument could have been made for me committing to fully going for magic, and that would have been raising attunement a bunch so I'd have more FP. I think this balance is working out well for me at this point, now that I've actually got some power behind both halves. And for those that were in ads, welcome back from the ads. You didn't miss anything. I just did some business back at base, like I said, raised our intelligence a little bit more, spent our remaining upgrade materials, and now we're headed back in. And I guess first port of call is just going right up to that door. Or that good old fog door we saw. Hello, sir. Goodbye, sir. Good day. Well met. Yep, just leads right here. So let's see what we got here. Fire required ahead, huh? Do I want to Ember up and summon friends? Nah. One of the rare times I considered it. So I guess the flying things are a distraction here. Oh my me, that hit hard. I don't know why I bothered healing. I didn't heal enough to survive another axe swing. Yeah, I had a feeling I was gonna get punished for backing up that much to try to cast. Well, I would love to get to, you know, do literally anything here, game, if you wouldn't mind. Okay, that shield coverage is gonna be a real fucking nuisance. Thankfully, I can pierce his shield, but I'm just gonna get beat up is the problem. Don't like that. Oh, you're poise breakable, though, so that's good. Ooh, he's got a wake-up move. Gotta watch out for that. Ah! I had a feeling that's what he was setting up for, but I wasn't sure where and how it was gonna come out. Already out of Estus, so this is a problem. I did see your message, Tara. I just have not had a chance to actually read it. Considering, you know, this guy's kind of taking my attention. I see. That's the thing that's going to be happening now, huh? I'm going to lose because of that laser. I can already feel it in my bones. Or he's just gonna have a new move. Okay, sure. I feel like this is another one of those cases where our definition of fun may split a little bit, but it does seem like a reasonably fair set, at least. I'll give him that. I don't feel like any of that was unreasonable, though the shield slam out of left field was kind of rude. But obviously, you know, he was in his second half, so his moveset was, of course, going to change a bit. And I don't really like the laser that just kind of happened. Like, I have to assume if I was in a different part of the room, I might have seen that happening before it happened to me, but we were in just the worst place, I guess. Overall, that doesn't seem bad, just a little rough again for my fragile state of being. Where one hit from him basically puts me to, I'm gonna die. Like, I'll actually have a fairly easy time dealing damage to him because of the fact that I have blind spot. I can just go through his shield. I don't like that move at all because I feel like I don't have much leeway to actually escape it when he does the slam. If I'm just timed just a hair wrong, I'm just gonna get screw jobbed. So I'm not exactly a fan of that. Even if it looks cool and it is a good idea for countering people just knocking him over repeatedly, I feel like it has a pretty nasty amount of AoE to it. I just need to press my advantage properly. But there's going to be a certain amount of timing that's going to be required to make this not just death, 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 death. So expect me to be here for a bit. Because there's going to be a lot of, oops, I just happened to press one wrong input and I'm dead again with this fight, as is tradition at this point. Whenever we have a you make one misclick, you die situation, we are here for a while. It is neat that he breaks parts of the arena, but at the same time, that also is a perfect opportunity for him to knock me off the damn map. I presume you probably could knock him off of there too if you really tried hard enough. Yeah, I only get one hit in before I have to back off, otherwise I'm just gonna get slammed. Okay, that does do damage. Okay. I had to test that because that was such a good opportunity to get damage in, but it screamed bait, and I'm like, do I go for it? I may as well try. I need to learn at some point whether that's good or bad. I might have been okay if I was fully behind him. Though honestly, even there, didn't seem like the animation reached, so I have some question marks on that doing an entire health bar of damage to begin with at that range, but it makes sense for it to cover him, even if it doesn't look like it does. Well, this is probably already fucked. Yeah, exactly. The problem is, though, it gives you so much time to do something that I feel like I have to do something. What I should probably do, though, when he's doing that is just throw a few spells at him, so I can at least hit him safely, so I don't just get shafted. I don't know why I went gung-ho for getting those souls. It was all 67 of them. Ink. Ink. Ah, that attack has so little warning. Just suddenly, hey, shield in your face. Yeah, I'm just disregarding any concepts attached to that number. Oh yeah, just don't get staggered that time, I guess. Okay. Be a pain in my ass. I can sense it. I feel like that shield slam there has just so little warning. Just like the little shield bump he does. For the amount of damage that does to me, I feel like it's real rude that that has just like maybe a millisecond of warning. Like, obviously, it's telling you, hey, maybe don't be next to his shield, but you know where I can be? There. Anywhere else is worse. Okay. Yep, I should have known you were doing a double swing there. thought he was gonna get staggered there, and I'm getting shot at. You know, with him getting coated in that stuff too, it'd only be fair if he took damage from it too. Just saying. Just die. No more of that. That took less tries than I was worried it was going to. But I also had a severe advantage being able to just hit him through that gigantic shield of his. If I had no way around that shield, I would have hated that fight. 100% would have just absolutely been livid about that. Because he is 90% shield, and that is ridiculous. And I do think that the dragon thing shooting down at you is very likely to cause cheap deaths. That's fair, but it just... I'm thinking purely from fight design-wise. That's where the question mark kind of comes in on that, because it's just purely an advantage for them at that point.
Aha, so.
And like I said, it does have that risk of just... you just get a cheap death out of it. Is why I'm like, I don't know about that. It's fair that it is being puppeted by those things. That if that's the case, then yeah, by all means, but
Now.
even something made of whatever those things are, though, I feel like it still wouldn't be completely immune. It would at least, like,
Welcome.
take the impact and be moved.
Let these souls withdrawn from their vessels, manifestations expect.
Yeah, like I said when I saw them, they look like flying nervous systems, and it's kind of weird. Though admittedly, I think, ironically enough, having played Lunacid before getting to this point of this game kind of nullifies that a little bit to me. Because I already fought literal flying nervous systems with brains attached in that, so it's like, well, these are kind of weird. Huh. I do wish you could get a better look at them, though. Like, even when I zoomed in with the bow, you can't really see them that well. Might get a better angle from here, though, than I did before. I don't know what that's made out of. I did see that there were trees with people in them. And there were the tree people in the DLC area, too. I didn't really notice them in the castle because I was too busy fighting for my life through most of the castle to really notice that too much in here. And High Wall obviously has been many, many weeks ago, so I would not remember much of anything from High Wall that much. But I assume that's what all those people with the stones on their backs and such became then. Especially since you referred to them as pilgrim butterflies. So I wonder if that's actually the same kind of theme, then, as the things from Lunacid. Since, again, Lunacid was fairly heavily inspired by the Kingsfield series, and probably some other bits and bobs from there. Some manner of ascension. Yeah. They've transcended their weak, frail, mortal body into whatever the hell those are. Flinging dark magic and being able to fly around. There are, in fact, bloodstains there, yes. Really, there's another fog wall? I'm assuming they were trying to do the illusory wall thing and they got the wrong word. Okay. Like, I did see the trees that shoot fire at you in the snow place. Perhaps, yeah. It may also be a similar process occurring in different locations, has different results. Like they're the variants of the same creature, essentially. But the process may be slightly varied due to different locations. Like, it could all be part of refining the process to correctly turn into whatever they're aiming to turn into. Because for all we know, those might not be what they meant to become. Those pilgrims could all have been misled, and now have become whatever these are instead of what they may have been told they were going to become. Got options there, really. They could have known that that's what was going to happen. They could have not known. There's so many variables and options in there. Yes, you should. Food is important. Go enjoy the foods. Weird that there's another bonfire right here when the other bonfire's in sight right there. It's a little silly. Grand Archives Key and Goddard Twin Swords. 8. That's a hole. Be wary of enemy horde. Huh. Honestly, that would have been really neat, being able to set your own bonfires, but that would also probably have led to you needing a resource for it, and probably there would not have been very many of it. It would have turned into a whole thing. Welcome to the Grand Archives. Oh, you just are here, huh? Okay. Yeah, that makes sense that it would be imbalanced. Yeah, we got thralls with fancy fire axes now. So that's a thing. I'm absolutely gonna get jumped at some point because I'm still embered. Titanite chunk. Whoa. Kind of upset that I didn't reach there, I'll be honest with you. Oh wow, you are durable as anything. Good lord. Where did you go is the better question. You know, aside from the obvious answer of away. So I take it I'm just gonna be dealing with that the whole way through here. Just a crystal sage appearing and disappearing and making a nuisance of themselves. I would say this has similarities to the archives from Dark Souls 1, but let's be real here. They're giant archives in a castle. You can't really make too much of a comparison there without it being just kind of silly. I wonder if that's the same kind of character. Huh. Just had a thought occur, and I'll explain that thought more when we see another one of those where I can get a better look without getting shot at. But I think I might have realized something about those, and I'm kind of concerned. Because there's a couple different things those could be. And none of them are great news, really. You are alive, yeah. The thing is, you'll notice they're candles. They've been turned into living candles. So I was torn as to what these were, but no, they're definitely those priests from the Cathedral of the Deep, and then later from right before Anor Londo. they've just been coated in whatever that is and turned into living candles. What? I did not mean to do whatever this is. I wanted to read the message, not dip my head in there. Well, I've covered my head in wax. Don't know if that's a good thing. Maybe this means I blend in now. Maybe the Candlemen won't attack me because they think I'm one of them. I guess it's like a ritual thing. Where as they go, they... Oh yeah, Scholar's Candlestick. There you go. Seems bad. Can't see shit, Captain. These Titanite lizards being in here is absolutely worrying. Yep. Yep. Don't like that. Library's haunted. Not gonna elaborate. Library's haunted. And they're all coming out of the books. You can actually see the books opening as they come out. You can actually see which books they're coming out of, too, because they're glowing. Can I kill them? Are they enemies, or are they a hazard? That is really neat, though, the way those books open. Does Humming Soulmass react to you freaks? Lights just flickered, by the way, so if the stream suddenly disappears, remember, there is a storm happening. So at any point, everything could go just... I would rather that not happen, but you know. It be what it be. There's nothing I could do about it if it happens. Just be a matter of I'd come back as soon as I could. Nope, you are still hostile. Okay. I gave him a chance. He was sitting there thinking about it. He started to swing, so I stabbed him. So I guess the ones that get their heads lit are higher along. It could be a case of literal enlightenment. I will say, I'm having a much easier time here than I did in the Dark Souls 1 archives, that's for sure. Okay, the grabby hands also curse you, it seems, so that's good information to have. Ah, there you are. What the fuck? How did that even... What in the even... The fuck? Is there another one up here or something? And there's the one I was going to shoot at, I think. Okay, we got solid damage there. Oh, you're over there now. Okay. I did not realize the homing shot was right there next to me at that moment. Just gonna get over here for a second so I can catch my breath and do a thing. And then we'll go back to dealing with that problem. Since the storm had suddenly picked up hard, I wanted to check on a thing right quick before I made any major moves that I was gonna get stuck into. I was not expecting him to just keep running, but I also didn't realize he was one of those big sword ones. I need to sneeze. Okay, I think the sneezing is done now. I just try to make sure I don't blast people's ears out with loud sneeze. Oh, the floor is evil. Oh, you know, it makes sense because a bunch of the books were on the floor. That's mean. Well, and they're just sitting there open, too. Look at that. Crystal gem. We never did have crystal gems till now, did we? Other than the one I used on this great knife. We could actually make a new crystal weapon. Yeah, it looks like they pretty well designed this position so you couldn't just shoot them without being in a position where they could attack you too. Okay, good, that made them run. I'm actually happy with that. Except they didn't run very far. The hope was to bully them out of here so that I wasn't under constant fire running around this, but such is the way of things. Ow. Stone. There is in fact a lever here. I'm assuming this place spins like the Duke's Archives did. That's a Lothric Knight. I was kind of hoping to knock him off the edge. Not playing around with him. Joy. Yeah, that was almost bad. If I had just trusted that sign there saying joy, that there was something good to see, I would have just gotten speared in the back. So what do we think the over-under is on that sign being there specifically as a trap? They're so lucky that that other guy shot me at that exact moment. Oh, you're just right here. Die. The Crystal Scroll. We get crystal spells. Nifty. That, I'm betting, is going to be the last set of spell upgrades I'm going to get. Oh, all of these are evil. Nope, gotta go. He did not get cursed. Nope. 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 Whew. Just gonna catch my breath for a second. Don't mind me. Boy, oh boy, does it suck in here. Remember when I was saying I was having a better time in here than I did in the Duke's Archives? I'm starting to retract that statement a bit. Kinda hard to have an honorable duel when somebody else is shooting down at me. Scholar's robes. I never did look at that candlestick. Oh, it needs faith. Dang it. Well, that's disappointing. Oh. Let's have a drink on old Sigmar. This way we're not dead in the water here completely. More gargoyles. Yep, kind of figured. Flesh bite ring, huh? Don't know if that's gonna be useful to me, but I just need to get out of there before I can think about anything like that. Oh boy. Raises poison, bleed, curse, and frost resist. Okay. That's neat. Not something I'm going to be using, really, because I don't have ring space for something like that. But that's cool. I'm assuming this is the one that was shooting at me before. He just found his way over. Nope, it wasn't the one that was shooting at me before. This is not a mimic, so I'll just open this. 3 Titanite scales, sweet. So, time to actually use a Divine Blessing for once. Is otherwise, we're dead. It was either that or I homeward boned away, and I didn't really want to do that. Let's go grab this. Large Soul of a Crestfallen Knight, not bad. Not sure if it was worth the Divine Blessing I spent and everything else to get in there, but, you know. Not sure why this is a position I could get to. Considering I can't shoot him from here. Thankfully, he doesn't seem to be smart enough to do anything about me in this position, so... there's certainly a way I could shoot him. Yeah, of course. Oh, Dark Souls hitboxes. Oh, he's got the right idea now. Never mind. This is no longer a viable option. Man alive, this place is a bit of a slog, huh? Huh. Door. Now, elevator. Wait. Oh, this is back to the beginning. This is fantastic news. One sec, y'all. Okay. Because that was something relating to a potential thing we're gonna end up doing this week, so I wanted to get a response to that as quick as I could. Yeah, we never did look at the Night Ring. Increased strength. Okay, it's a 5 increase to strength. That could be useful for using a couple different things if I really wanted to. Part of me is genuinely considering carrying the health regen ring in here just because of how much we're just getting chewed to pieces in here. Surprisingly, never died, though. Would have been so funny if I said that and fell down that elevator shaft and died. I mean, if you're just gonna leave, I'm good with leaving. You go your way, I go mine, I go up this elevator. Everybody's happy. And now I'm back in this upper area with a full set of Estus, so we're in much, much better shape than we were before. Still that item down there. There's a lot of stuff just kind of scattered around here. Now, a smarter man might have went and spent all these souls he was carrying. And I'm gonna be honest, I kind of forgot I had that many on me. I wasn't really looking. So if I lose these, you know, that's just on me. If I do end up dropping them in a horrendous incident, I at least know an easy way to get back here to get them. Oh, you're stronger than the previous gargoyles were, huh? Okay. Thankfully, you're not any smarter. Tiny chunk. That's actually a pretty good view of these freaks from here. Definitely probably had a better angle of them when they were actively attacking, because they were pretty close. But that might be one of the better other angles for in these things. These without much obstruction. Kinda had a feeling there was gonna be something like that waiting for me. And off he goes. You can get back up from there, though. Oh, can't you? Maybe you don't have enough flight. Wait, actually. There's also a lot down... Wait, it's the birds again. Birds are back. Huh. Lizards. Chasing that lizard off there actually saved my life, I think. I couldn't see, so I was just flailing and hoping, and it worked out. Managed to get both lizards and get away with it. Look at me go. Boarded up door. We're above where we were originally now. Quite literally right above it. More chunks. More gargoyles. I didn't expect the multi-stab. Oh, he's got a friend. Oh, and you got me through the wall. Of course you did. Yep, there's our final death here. It took 2 gargoyles slamming me through a wall to finally kill me. There's 90,000 souls up there. I guess that guy just runs to bait you into something, huh? Because he just keeps leaving. I almost ran right into the elevator shaft. That would have been the worst way to lose that 90,000, but it would have also been so funny. Like, I would have had a good laugh about that while also being very upset. Yes, I did send it back on purpose, in case anybody's like, oops, he touched the elevator twice. Like, no, I wanted that down there so I couldn't end up having that reality happen when we come back again. Because obviously we're going to end up having to run back through there again. I think that's a given. That thunder's getting mighty concerning. Peekaboo. Oh no, he's gonna get me. Oh, he hit the wall that time. Oh no. No. Oh, you cheap shit. I had nothing I could do. I should have healed there, but by the time I healed, he was gonna hit me. So we got robbed of the 90,000 because that guy just shoved me onto a tiny little platform. Why is it that anytime a good amount of souls is at risk, I get fucked over? Every time. Every single fucking time. Like, it's very rarely a lack of skill got you into that position. It's like, no, I just got shoved onto a platform I could only stand on. I couldn't even move on without falling off. And there was no way I was gonna trust the game not to have him count as hitting me when he pushed himself off the edge after me. There's no fucking way I was gonna trust that. Like, could I have gotten lucky? Maybe. But the odds were terrible. I'm not even gonna bother getting that soul pile. It doesn't matter. But at this point, we may as well curiosity down here then, because I lived through this fall. Thanks, Lock-On. Very cool. I just wanted to kill that guy quickly, but no, the Lock-On decided to be stupid because he got moved by a pixel. Now they're all gonna transform, and there's gonna be a whole fucking to-do. Thankfully, they're not that much stronger than they were before. This is what I prefer to do, is hit them while they're transforming. Hey, I got another great knife. Right after I finished upgrading mine. Hello, Jim. Oh, there's the Lothric Knight. Just hanging out there. Titanite chunk. I might have to go through him to get back. That seems designed as your only path, but I want to make sure there's not any other ways around or any other things going on here. There's this. Well, there technically is this whole nothing over here. But perhaps there's something further this way. He says, more than likely lying to him. So, well... Oh, god damn it. Am I feeling bold? I'm feeling bold. I don't know if this is better than landing in the other place, but you know what? I'm interested. What? Ooh, I made it. If I hadn't bumped that wall, I probably would not have needed to take my armor off, but I think because I took my armor off, I survived bumping the wall. So I'll take it. More scales. Okay, let's go. I do think that this is leading back, though, isn't it? Because this is the ledge I was hiding on. Yeah, there's the ladder there. What do these levers even do? Oh, it lowers specific bookcases. Okay. Here I was thinking the place was gonna spin around like the Duke's Archives. Just barely got away with that one. Ow. Oh, that's part of why, is because the second one didn't make it. Okay, now we're back to where we're getting shot at again. Well, that doesn't narrow it down. I keep forgetting those guys can carry that sword up like that for a good while. One sec. Okay. So we have a thing on Friday now. I'll explain more about that when I firm up the details, because I still need to firm up a time and everything specifically for that. And go fetch the rest of the people. Now that I've got the main one for it actually lined up. Actually, with where I died, I might be better off going back the main way here. I'm also interested to see if I can figure out where that bookcase that opened was. Now, this is backwards. Went around in a full circle because I am silly. believe I already forgot the way actually forward in here. Okay, I think it's back and then this way. I think right about here is where that bookcase lowered. Yeah, right here. Prizes. It's a slab. Return the slab. No, this one's mine. Suffer my curse. Nope. Just gonna have to add that to the list of curses I'm dealing with already. I guess that's where you get a lot of your loot in here from, then, is finding all of the various places that the bookcases move. And dealing with the ghost hands. His violent death was censored. Mostly by virtue of the camera facing the wrong way. A little bit longer of a walk back to the place I was talking about than I thought it would be. Oh, I did miss this lizard. Chaos Gem. That's another gem we didn't have very many of, so that's nice to have another one of too. Lets me have more fun ideas. But I honestly haven't looked at our gem supply in a while. I may have a bunch of them and not even realized it. Because we've been kind of committed to the items we're using. No, that's actually the only one I have. We do have 2 crystal gems now. Ooh. There's a chunky little prize down there. Ain't no way, right? Yeah, no, I wouldn't be able to kill him. I'd be able to hit him and scare him, but I wouldn't be able to follow up on that at all. Ooh. Right, that's where I just was. That ladder, though, I presume is useful. These damn grabby hands away from me. There's another wax pit. More chunks. I do wonder if there's actually a benefit dunking my head in wax. Consider there's multiple places to do it. There's some logic reaching for the concept of there being a benefit, but it's also as much a case of it's just so it makes sense in the area too. We do have ads coming up. But since I'm mostly retreading old ground, I'm probably just gonna keep pressing on. At least until we get fully recovered. How small and spindly those guys are. They really handle those big swords better than you'd expect. Goddamn floor books. This is why you put books back on the shelves, you heathens. Another crystal gem. Ah, ah. Ooh, I almost got cursed there. That was actually almost really, really bad. Yeah, with the way this was laid out, this was obviously a door, because there was a gate and everything. Not the biggest fan of the fact there's an Outrider Knight in here. Hi. There we go. There we go. I figure I may as well do this during the ads because it's not going to be particularly exciting. It's going to be me shooting him and then running away until he de-aggroes and then going back and shooting him again. If he figures out to come around the corner, I'm just gonna give him the old stabby. He doesn't seem to like the idea of coming out here, though. Wise on his part, really. Since he was gonna get jumped. Now, he's dead. Oh, the Outrider set now. Nifty. Not really gonna be useful to me, but it's probably too heavy. That's fun, at least. Item over here is Soul Stream. Some kind of soul laser? Sleep talk, or could this be a curse? Got options. It is interesting that this corpse has the wax on their head. They actually went through the extra detail of adding that to the same desiccated corpses you see everywhere. Yeah, this ladder's already here. Okay, we're back here. We ran across here to fight the Crystal Sage and finish him off earlier. We're almost back. In fact, that's the elevator I usually took, so yeah, we're back to where we were. Pew 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 pew. One sec. I just want to finish finalizing these plans for Friday right quick, so just bear with me one quick second while the ads are finishing up. Okay, though. Just wanted to get at the last little bit of time coordination out of the way there, since it's all time sensitive. Considering, you know, it's planning for Friday, which is only like 3 days away. Tighter planning than I would normally like to do, but situations be what they be. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. I was just talking about the fact that I'm still making final arrangements for a thing for Friday. We're almost back to where we were on the rooftops, where we lost the 90,000 souls. I did find a secret room that y'all didn't get to see, which had an Outrider Knight in it that I just shot to death. Right there's where we had dropped off of before. So there's gonna be this jerk. I'm just gonna ignore him. Which is what I should have done the first time when I had gotten knocked off of there, but you know. I'm not exactly the biggest fan of the just ignore my enemies strategy. Despite the fact that I usually do that in so many other games. I don't know what it is about this that compels me to fight things. I think it's something to do with me just being a contrarian, honestly. Whoop. I'm gonna assume I want to go in here to get away from the gargoyles. Undead Bone Shard, neat. As the building shakes. Oh yeah, this is right where the ladder we can kick down is. Mystery solved. They almost certainly can get me through the windows. Not like that they break it, but that they would just, like, clip through it. You can see their wings clipping through in their staff sometimes, so definitely would be a thing that would happen. But we've basically gained all those souls back already, and we've made progress, so I consider this a victory. That's lit up like it's something. Maybe if we come here with our head covered in wax, something will happen. Hello, sirs. Whichever of you brave souls wish to chase me, go for it. Oh, light flickered. Oh, they're coming up together as a team. Hate that for me. Really expected you to be staggered there, bud. I disagree. I very heavily disagree that that attack didn't hit. He should have happened to go right into it with where that stopped. But I guess it was literally just like the slightest time off. That's so annoying. I shouldn't have expected a regular attack to stagger him, admittedly, because of the armor he's wearing, but, you know, I can dream. Elevator going down. Elevator going up. At least we got a shortcut back, pretty much right back to where we died. We just need to get to that ladder without getting vaporized. He's by all the wizards. Hello, gentlemen. We are not going to question that I got that luck. What the fuck? How did I fall off of there? That's... You know, I guess that balances out the fact that I got lucky that none of their shots hit me, huh? Just got yoinked off the damn... What the... Oh, I guess that's what that stuff does, is you just kind of stick sometimes? But it didn't affect me before. Why did it affect me that... This game and its lack of consistency fucking drives me batshit sometimes. So there's another 70,000 out to the wind because of random nonsense happening. Like, I'll accept dying down there, but I don't accept the fact that I just randomly fell off that ladder at the top of it. That was nonsense. Because for anybody that's like, oh, you pressed the wrong way and stepped off, I didn't. I was pushing forward when I got to the top of the ladder. He just did a random 360 and fell off the fucking thing. The jank really takes me out of these fucking games sometimes. But clearly I can't go quickly. I've got to kill these fucking guys or I just get randomly screwjobbed. So there. They're dead. Now I'm allowed to go up here and watch as I probably fall off this damn ladder again somehow. Oh, because reasons. Nope, it actually worked this time. Because of course there's nothing at stake, so why would it cause me problems? I swear to God. Now, this whole triple jump squad here is also really fucking stupid. Like, see if I can get this one to come down by himself. Okay, I guess they're just attached to each other at the hip, huh? 'Cause he randomly turned around and then all of them aggroed together. Or still. Okay, even that doesn't stagger you. So I think that glow you have might be why you're not staggering? Question mark? Yeah, because as soon as it wore off, they started staggering. Okay, so they had protection. Fuck off with that. What do you know? You're not so tough when you're not jumping somebody in a little fucking gang. Ow. You're kidding, right? So get this stupid pop-up off my damn screen. Did they just have a guaranteed parry or something? Because I feel like that should not have worked twice nearly that well. Fine. We'll do it this way, then. Since you apparently just have fucking melee protection. Yeah, you ran out of juice. Now fucking die. Stay dead. Oy. You can't even say, like, oh, you used a slow, predictable attack. Like, no, I came in as quick as I could. That was the fastest attack this weapon has. It's just going in like that. They parried both times. Okay, and this is the shortcut back to the beginning. Speaking of, let's finally go back and actually turn in that crystal scroll now that I'm actually back at a bonfire with souls. 'Cause I didn't want to go turn in the scroll and then not be able to buy anything, because then I'd have to come back again and it was just gonna be a whole thing. We can also do some more chunk upgrades.
Just wasn't it?
Oh, and scale upgrades. I forgot about that. I could slap my one slab in the bow, but no. That's reserved for other things. Oh, the scales go into the crystal staff, huh? Okay. Got an expensive steady chant. Increased potency of sorceries at the cost of increased FP consumption for skills. That could be worthwhile. Its current spell buff's nothing to write home about, but I would assume there's like an extra number attached there somewhere. So I tell you what, I'll put some scales in that and we'll think about it. 167's not great. But I presume that, much like the Court Sorcerer's steady chance more expensive, I assume since that one's even more expensive, it's probably a scaling increase in the numbers. Oh yeah, we also have the Goddard Twin Swords now. 130 plus 41's not half bad. Just gonna commit those extra chunks there and put off the staff question for the moment.
Prademi.
I think I'm gonna test the idea of the crystal staff. Regular soul, the crestfallen knight should be enough for one level.
Welcome. Very then taken.
Not quite. I forgot it went up again.
Ashen One.
She didn't even finish the animation before I was like, wait, hang on, disengage. Then we may as well go ahead and grab what we need for a second level then.
Ashen One.
Make up for the souls we lost.
Very well then taken.
Oh, you know, I didn't go buy spells, but it's okay. We have other consumables.
Farewell, Ashen Maiden.
Let's see what those spells cost, and then we'll use consumables to fix my errors. As we usually do.
Back again. Perfect.
Unfathomable. This is a crystal sorcery. Created by the Pale Dragon. Thought only to exist in legend. I am ever grateful to you. This is truly sublime. I am afraid this is a debt I cannot repay. Only, I will be sure to unravel it for you. Just a moment.
Okay, so that gets us Humming Crystal Soul Mass, Crystal Soul Spear, and Crystal Magic Weapon. They're fairly pricey, but we obviously want
Come
them.
again.
And I don't know if I actually have enough left to make this happen, but we'll find out. If I get rid of the Dragon Slayer Armor Soul, I can do it, and I'm not going to use it, so yeah. I think that makes enough. I know one was 18. I don't remember how much the other one was. So I'm just quickly skimming through to make sure I don't have any more doubles laying around that I could get rid of. Make up the value. I mean, we have 19 embers. We can just pawn off a few of those. We have a tornado warning now. Oh, for the next 20 minutes. That's a yikes. We don't get those warnings very often here, so that's concerning. That, grab that.
Come again.
So, tell you what, I might actually just wrap up here in case that actually is something significant.
Welcome, host.
I'll think about it for a moment here. Have a look at how things are out there. I have a decision to make then. If I think that that warning is significant. Because obviously, you know, it's been storming for a while here. So, conditions are reasonable for something like that to be a problem. So realistically, if a tornado comes here, no matter where I am in this building, it will be a problem. So... Is the other angle of this is there's a point and a counterpoint to the current situation. Is the situation as it stands, I'm pretty sure I only have a whole 2 areas left before the game's over. At least only 2 necessary areas left. One of which literally being the area we're currently in. So we may end up having another situation similar to Dark Souls 2, where the ending stream is fairly short. If I end up stopping here. But, if that tornado warning is serious, then, you know, kind of important. Oh, you almost lost the streak again, Natra. I can imagine. Oh yeah, Pontiff's been done for a long time. Pontiff was done even before... Was that partway through last session, or was that before last session? I don't even remember. We're currently in the Grand Archives. We're, like, nearly done the game entirely at this point. Because today we got through the Giant, and we got through the Dancer first try on the Giant, and we got through Dancer after a few tries. And we did Dragon Slayer, or just a little while ago after a couple tries. I thought you were here for Pontiff. Because we were talking about that fight around the time that I did it, but I guess you might have just happened to leave, like, right before it happened then. No. I misspoke. Dancer was only 3rd try, though? It wasn't that bad. We got lucky. Yorm was 1st try, the Giant. So far today, nothing's taken more than, like, 5 tries to get through. Oh, yeah. Right after I went off to do other things is when we ended up beating Pontiff, because I went, got a sorcery ring, came back, and then beat him. That's basically the timeline of events that happened there. I'm gonna go ahead and press on. Because the storm is settling down, so I'm not convinced that that tornado warning is going to be a major issue. And as I said, we really don't get tornadoes here, like, at all. Well, particularly. And if we ever do, it's usually the other side of town. And it's a lot flatter over that end. I didn't even do anything fancy for the Giant. I just went and brought Sigvard up with me. So he distracted the Giant, and I just shot the Giant to death. That's all that happened there. Because I knew Sigvard showed up for that fight, so that's why I was pushing his quest line along, was to bring him with me for that. That's fair. Certainly doesn't give you any on its own, so you kind of have to get your breaks where you can. Reminds me, I forgot to put on the new spells. Oh well. Oh! They've got better wings now. Well, goodbye! Let's see if your wings get you up here, asshole. No, all it did was get them further down. Painter's ring. There's another look at those freaky things. Now, this ring increases dexterity. I could get another 5 points to dexterity. Actually, is that more dexterity than the roll obscuring one? It is. I hold 2 points. But honestly, I don't need the roll obscuring unless it changes iframes, which I don't think it does. So I'll take the 2 more points of dexterity. A tee 1, a tee 2. Oh, they're moving. Fine, a tee 2. What's the matter? All that heavy armor's too much for your wings? Oh, that's a shame. That is such a crying shame. Maybe you should try actually using what you have instead of hiding behind gigantic metal armor then, eh? Your gaudy golden armor can't save you from an asshole standing on a roof with magic. Them hiding underneath the ledges, though, that can save them from me. Or can it? Boop. Boop. Fair fights are for suckers, and it wouldn't have been fair either way, considering there was 2 of them. Also significantly bigger than I am, and almost certainly stronger. In fact, I think there might have been a 3rd one. I know all we can see is my hat right now, but considering it's a choice of seeing my hat or seeing my inside splattered all over the field, I'll take just seeing the hat right now. Yeah, there's a 3rd one. I love how silly these guys are about arrows. It's like, I heard something, stares at Spot. You can even get him to swing at it for some reason. Hey man, how you doing? Not great, but somebody's poking you with magic? Oh, that's a shame. Anyway, your friend's dead. This is what you get for trying to jump me in. Oh, he can hit me here. He figured it out. That almost was bad. Speed. He almost solved the mystery. That would have been a real tragedy for me. There we go. Titanite slab, large shard, and winged knight halberd, and another large shard. Now, I'm sure there's plenty of people out there that'll immediately cry foul the moment they see that happening. And to them I say, nah, 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 nah. Can't see where I'm going. Game, that's not what I told you to do at all. I wanted to be able to see where I was walking. I guess I drop into the chandelier bucket? Seems needlessly dangerous. Whee! Oh, this is where they came from. Divine Pillars of Light. That's the spell they use, too. Man, this is dangerous. Best gem? Not gonna lie. Not really seeing... Oh, it's the Grubmen again. I'm just gonna shoot you from here then. I'm not dealing with you. Can I... Actually, if I just shove you off of there... He's gonna die to the arrows before he gets shoved off of this, right? That's kind of weird. There we go again with the themes of metamorphosis, though. The fact that those Grubmen are here and the Winged Knights with this cage full of feathers and things... I have to assume that as people were transforming into those Winged Knights, then they probably put them in there till the transformation was complete. So are the Grubmen and the Winged Knights related? That's the question. Very odd question. Try to just knock them down, mostly out of spite more than anything. Makes me feel better, though. This is my way down, I guess. Down quickly before I get shot down somehow. Both these chests are good. Okay. Twinkling Titanite times 3, and... Divine Blessing, to replace the one I drank. Now, what does being up here do for me? That's the fun question. Oh, don't tell me. You're telling me that all of that just looped me around in a big fucking circle. Man. 'Cause that's absolutely what has happened. Because for those that don't know, this right here is where we kept getting out onto the rooftops. So we died all those times, did all of that, went through all of that hell, just to end up right back where we started. Ah, okay. Saw a random message pop up. I'm like, wait, what? Who? Where? Why? But it's actually something that makes sense. Ow. Should not have just stood there and took that. That was a bad call on my part. Don't get cursed. We do enough cursed things here already. We don't need to get a magic curse too. Yeah, because this is where I shot those guys down from. It's interesting that these thralls got better weapons, but they didn't really get better anything else. No armor, no Ooh, better blowgun. Just like, yep. Here, have fire axes. Beep boo. Should have enchanted my staff sooner than that. Yeah, speaking of enchanting your stuff, you're gonna do that too? Shame you're about to die. There you go. Thanks for the shard. More chunks. And this almost looked like an area you could get out onto the rooftops from, but this gargoyle's in the way. So I guess coming over here was pointless. Like, it got me more chunks, and that's great and all, but I'm saying pointless in terms of making forward progress. You can see this jerk from here, though. Oh, he can get to me from there. Not gonna lie, expected him to fall, not just warp across. Can't have shit around here. I really forgot if we saw the fog door around here or not. I don't think we did. Wait a minute. Did I just not go this way? Oh yeah, because we went up there, right. We got distracted, went up this way, and found the flying knights and everything. Nuts to those 40,000 souls. I've already thrown away so many today. What's 40,000 more? This looks like progress. Also probably very dangerous. Forgot they gave these guys some better armor, so they actually survive a bit. Which, can I say that it's actually nice that these regular Lothric soldiers actually have a little bit more armor now than they did when you first met them? So it actually gives it a reason for them to be tougher instead of, oh hey, they're just tougher now because they're in a new area. As you can see, a little bit more plating on them. So I guess they're more like Royal Guard type soldiers instead of just plain old soldiers. There's so much over there. And they're all marching this way. Just put my bow away too. I was gonna plink at the knight and try to get him to start running at me, so I could pull him from his friends. Gotcha. That's what I was banking on happening. It was a gamble, but it was a gamble I was pretty confident I'd win. That was very much a not win scenario. Oop. Getting better at fighting blind. Wish I didn't have to, but you know. Camera's not gonna get any better. Oh, goody goody. Even more of you. Safe bet that there's a fog door up top past these guys, then. Because this seems like a very much a last line of defense for something. Well, something, probably more someone. Because we are, after all, here for the prince, are we not? Shame you gave up all hope of defense there, big guy. Oh no, he's enchanted his spit and spear. Ow. Keep forgetting those guys have such a fast stab. Ah, blind spot, my beloved. Literally, I would be getting hard-walled so much by those shield guys if I didn't have blind spot. I don't really go for the whole circle all around backstab constantly strategy. I'm a little worried by the fact that it said try silence. Where is this gonna put me? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think I saw this room before. Stole their tithe they were gonna give at the church. What is this? Red Tearstone ring. Okay. Yeah, this is back right where the Dragon Slayer was. Interesting that it would drop me here. It makes a degree of sense, because I guess this would be like the royalties' access to the upper part of the archives. Unless their chambers are up past the archives, which would also be something that would make a degree of sense, though it'd be kind of weird positioning. Knock, knock. Well, that door was something. Fuck's sake. Raise the knight, but beware of beanpole. Help me. Ah, Prince. By the way, time for mount. Well then. The prince is up there, I presume. Considering the shape we see up top there. I'm not in the best shape I could be in for something like this, but I'm willing to give it a swing.
Oh dear. Another dogged contender. Welcome, unkindled one, purloiner of cinders. Mind you, the mantle of Lord interests me none. The fire-linking curse, the legacy of lords, let it all fade into nothing. You've done quite enough. Now have your rest.
I have to fight the old prince first. Then I can face the young prince. Okay, you teleport around a lot. That's gonna be a problem. Okay, not a ton of health. So there's that at least. I'm noting some similarities.
Marks our grave, but you may rest here too, if you like.
Thanks. I was gonna say I'm spotting some similarities between the Outrider Knights and this prince. The same crawling around and diving fighting style. Just with added teleportation, because, you know, that's fun to deal with. Right side, we can just go back this way and use the elevator to go back to that fight immediately. Certainly something definitely had to have happened to the older prince, though, for there to be, let's say, such a marked difference between the two of them. Well, let's put it that way. Is them just being older should not have make them that much bigger. Not under normal circumstances. Oh. Well, okay then. So this is a pair of elevators, I'm guessing. Isn't this the very elevator we just rode originally to get down here? It sure is. There it is. So if you never end up riding that elevator a second time, you probably never learn that that slab's down there. So that's interesting. And the time for that tornado warning has ended, so presumably everything's fine. We just slipped past the guards because they're not exactly the most attentive bunch. Let's try this again. Might be better served using my magic, though. You know, whenever Lorien isn't teleporting around to try to stab me, anyway. Okay, that did good damage, but I also took good damage in the process, so maybe not my finest strategy. Especially since he's got fire sword moves he can do. I wonder if some manner of trade happened where the lower parts of their legs don't actually function fully anymore, and that's why they move the way they do. It may also be that they were born that way. And they've adapted. But you know, full respect if that's the case. Because they've become quite capable. That's the end of that. Second try for that part. That's not too bad. Probably could have done it first try if I hadn't been caught out by some of the teleports.
Oh, dear brother. I'm on my way.
Second phase, I presume.
Unyielding sword of Lothric's prince. Rise if you would, for that is our curse.
Now the real fight begins, I presume. Because of course, you know, they're a Lord of Cinder, so they have to have their second phase. Oh, it's both of them with separate health bars, though.
This spot marks our grave.
And here we go again with the second phase
if you
being
like.
kind of stupid, it seems. Because if he's spamming those arrows the whole time, I am already so not into this. Depending on how that second phase continues to look, this may be the other fight where I break the chain of me not summoning. Actually, technically, I still haven't summoned anybody. We had help with Yorm because of the quest line, not because we summoned him. That's a bit of a technicality on that one. But the Ember health may also actually be worthwhile in that fight, because I'm not getting destroyed too badly when I get hit. There's potential there. And it's looking like my magic might not avail me much. For those wondering why I haven't bothered to equip my new spells, it's because I don't know if they're gonna matter for this fight. I get a couple shots off now and then. Which actually... that brings up a point. Maybe worth taking the spell damage drop to have the faster firing spells then. So I think using the Witch Tree is less of a damage drop than if I used the lighter soul arrows. But we still get a marked speed increase. I thought he was going for the vertical swing.
This spot.
Well,
marks
I'm
our
so
grave,
glad I just got
but you may rest
immediately
here
comboed.
too, if you like.
Well, don't have to worry about getting the soul pile anymore. He just went full aggro right off the rip that time. So glad I got to test my thought there so well. And I'm reasonably sure they're not the final fight. I believe there's one more fight after them. I don't know that for certain, though, so don't quote me on that. Bye! To watch the ghost of another player just ascend as we wait for the ladder. Or the elevator, rather. I suppose to a certain degree, what is an elevator except an automated ladder? What a weird thought. Because really, the elevator's doing the ladder climbing for you. Don't think that thought quite works, but you know what? I'm gonna say it anyway, because it's just close enough. I don't know why I went for a spell cast at that range. Ah, that's why they caught me immediately. And yeah, I only lost like 40 damage in exchange for faster shots, so I think that's a worthwhile trade. Yeah, the fire is gonna hurt there a lot. I do think I'm better off staying close still to discourage quite as many teleports. I don't know how that didn't hit me, but I'll take it. Let's just end that phase. Turns out they have breakable poise, so that's good to know.
This spot
What the fuck?
marks our grave, but you may rest here too.
Like, I'm just sitting here dodging the innumerable fucking arrows, and then suddenly, BAM! They really thought this was a good design, huh? I guess after Aldrich, I shouldn't be surprised that the second phase of another fight in this game is just a shoot at you 1,000 things and hope you can just keep ahead of that and do things at the same time. I have to wonder. I have to wonder if this was purposely because of the fact that magic is so strong in these games most of the time. I wonder if they did that on purpose as a counter to people trying to just fight from range and win these fights. Because that occurs to me that might genuinely be why the designs kind of drifted in a specific direction towards being much more aggressive, faster, and typically having ranged options. I don't know if that's the case, but I would not be surprised if there was an aspect of that in there. I was hoping to buy time there, but you can just fucking warp around wherever you damn well please. There really are a lot of fights in this game that are very similar. His Pontiff, Dancer, and Lorien all are on a very similar wavelength of attacks. Though they may have all learned from the same place, let's say. I almost fucked that up so badly. Not that it's great. I wanted to try to heal before triggering this sequence, though, so I'd have a better shot at this phase. But God forbid I have any fucking peace for a second to do anything in this game at this point. Okay, we finally got past the arrows. So it looks like that is just a batch of arrows. It's not a constant. So that's good.
This spot.
I didn't
marks
read
our
that
grave,
properly.
But you may rest here too.
You probably
like.
heard the dodge input happen. Didn't matter. I was just a frame late, so it was over. The ads are coming up though, so I'm probably going to try one more time and then we'll wait for the ads. I say try one more time because the ads are supposedly starting in 2 minutes. The time it takes me to get up there and die again, probably about right. There's a small chance people will end up missing the victory because of ads, but I don't factor that being very likely. So with how long it's taking me to get up there, maybe I'm wrong. I just don't really have any prep I can do because we don't have any fancy souls or anything left. So it's like, well, the most I could do would be switch some of my Estus off of magic and onto physical, since it's looking like we're actually going to just melee this fight the whole way. And yeah, that's the other thing, is the ad timer's lying to me. So what I'll probably do is just get up to the fog door and then we'll just hang out and wait then. Because I don't want to hang out down there, obviously, because those guys are wandering around. Since our goal is to get this done tonight, though, I may very well ember up, at the very least, to have a little bit more health, to be a little more consistent about getting through the arrow rain. Because that is, as we've talked about, a fairly decent health buff. So that is where that concept is. I'll need to ask around as well about what people are doing on Friday. I know it's going to be a lot of last-minute scramble there, but hopefully people aren't doing anything too much in particular. So I can get the people together to do the thing. This is why I usually have things hinge on my own schedule instead of having it hinging on other people's schedules, but so be it. There's also a world in which I actually start using Crystal Soul Mass for this fight, instead of not using magic at all. Like, I just quickly use the Witch Tree branch to summon the crystals in between teleports or something to get a little bit more damage in. But that would be risky. But it would be a sizable increase in damage, and we can test the theory with regular Soul Mass here in this attempt, and then go from there. I've not been getting up during the ads as much today because of the fact that, well, I've not been drinking as much water today, and so I've not been needing to replace it as much, because we've been so active with this that I've not really had a free hand to drink so much. But don't worry, that's not to the point of, like, getting insufficient water or anything. If anything, I was probably drinking too much water. So I keep emptying this whole big thing of water every hour or during some streams, so it's probably for the best that I'm not draining that every time. That may, in fact, be, you know, too much water. Because, yes, that is a concept that exists. You can have too much water. It's another one of those many cases of too much of a good thing. It does, in fact, cause problems. Because the human body is a series of balancing acts, I swear. We'll check Blue Sky, make sure I'm not missing anything I need to chase after there. Okay. Just a bunch of likes and things happening, nothing I need to follow up on, so that's good. I do have a bunch of things to follow up on in general, but nothing new. The ads are almost done, though, so I may as well get my act together for the fight. And watch, I'm gonna ember up right before ads end, and I'm gonna get jumped before we get in there. And there's a summon sign just chilling right there. Optimus Prime. No. I'm not really aiming to summon players. If there was any NPCs right near here, I would take them. But there aren't any. I also should have burned that bone dust. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. We're about to go back in and try again. Okay, yeah, going for the Soul Mass throws off my timing. Wow, that just went horrendously. I'm so glad I wasted an ember on just getting bodied. This is why I usually don't use these things for that kind of situation, because you run the risk of, hey, you just literally threw that thing on the floor. You just threw it away because that attempt just went so badly. Now, there's a couple moves I could make. But considering I am still using my sorceries somewhat, I do think it's not worth taking my sorcery boost ring off. Taking the stamina recovery ring off is a consideration, but what would I replace it with? Answer is aside from like the sage ring, I don't really know if anything would matter. Like, I could further push my dexterity, but that wouldn't really make that big a difference here, I don't think. Now, if I further pushed the dexterity and removed the magic clutch ring, that could be a possibility. We do still lose a fair whack of damage that way. Though, so maybe not. Our melee's already not doing remarkable damage to Lorien. We have a lot of Ember, so I'll try again with extra health. 'Cause I do feel like it gives me, like, one more hit. I didn't know where he went because for some reason it just...
This spot marks our grave, but you may rest here too, if you like.
Thanks, game. Thanks for not letting me do literally anything there again. I love having my agency taken away from me. My favorite thing. What I don't know is why sometimes it breaks lock on and sometimes it doesn't when he teleports. Like, did he just happen to go just far enough away that time? I don't understand. Because that's what screwed me, is I had no idea where he went, so I just started rolling away, because, like, what else am I gonna do? If I try to spin the camera around to find him, I'm gonna get blasted by the time I finish spinning. So it wouldn't have mattered. It's one of those things where I just got shafted there. There was just nothing for it. I swear the game just doesn't like the idea of me using an Ember for this fight. Because he has just fucked me over both times I've bothered to use one. I'm gonna try one thing, though, involving the Embers. And that is Embering a little earlier. See if there's signs, like, right on the way or something. Doesn't look like it. I guess maybe I just didn't fulfill the conditions for any, maybe? I'm kind of surprised a fight like this doesn't have at least somebody. Well, never mind. Guess that was a waste. So you're telling me I was able to walk out of that before,
but you may rest here
but
too,
rolling out of it
if you
got me
like.
hit. I'm just gonna stop bothering to Ember, because it's clearly a curse on me. This is why I just don't use these fucking things. They clearly do the opposite of helping. Like, to the point where I genuinely wonder if there's an actual, like, line of code if player Embered use slightly changed moveset that is nastier or something. I'd believe it. I would fucking believe it. Might as well take all the arrows and such off. I am still thinking of using my magic is the only reason that staff's still equipped, otherwise that would have come off too to lower our weight ratio. You know, so I can move better. It is unfortunate that we have absolutely no fucking assistance for this, though. I passed up Optimus Prime, who was dressed as Solaire, and then I've just gotten no other options since then. Thought he was going for the vertical again. I am just falling apart now. What the fuck is wrong with me? Like, that one is 100% my own fault. I just beans the roll entirely. I really thought I was clear on that one. Otherwise, I would have moved. Yeah, you have the funny fire wave. Haha. Yet another in the incredibly long line of cases of I really wish I could just skip to the next phase of a fight after I've done it a few times. Because it really becomes a waste of fucking time. Like, realistically, I get it. It's so that you don't retain as many resources into the second phase without having to work for it. But it just gets so fucking tedious having to redo the first half of a fight 1,000 times just because you struggle with the second phase of a fight. He's just fast enough in the second phase, too, where you have so much less room to do anything. This is what I was worried about, though, with pushing to finish this, is we were gonna get into an awkward situation like this, where I just get in a death loop with a fucking fight that I was gonna hate. Always goddamn happens. I can't have anything nice in these games, ever. The second we're on a string of wins, I should just fucking take my ball and go home. Because it always turns around and goes wrong. Every single fucking time. Should've just taken my wins and stopped when I did. But now we're stuck in this awkward spot. Because, like I said, I'm pretty sure there's literally only one thing left after this fight. So it would be the shortest stream in the goddamn world, or an awkward split, in order to do this next week. So it puts me in just the worst fucking position. Now, the only other thing I could think of is, like, do I try one of my other weapons? And I really don't think any of my other weapons would make that much of a difference, because I don't know what he's weak to. He uses fire, so I feel like he would not be weak to fire, and that's our best other option. Got some lightning, but I'm not that confident with the katana there. Could go Pontiff's sword, but that doesn't have anything special going on. And it's overall a little bit weaker than our knife. And our damage output's really not the problem for a change. You and your fucking tiny bit of frames where shit goes wrong. Okay, that one was me being greedy, I'll freely admit. I was hoping for a stagger. I should not have reached so hard for it. And now I'm going to have shot myself in the foot. Ooh, luck not judgment saved me there. No, not going for the long shot, okay. Lost tracking again. Fuck you.
This spot marks our grave, but you may rest here too, if you like.
I'm so sick of this fight already. Is getting hit by the light spear, that was my fault. Getting killed at the end there, debatable as to being my fault, because if I had an input reader on screen, you would have seen that a roll was told to happen, and there was stamina for the roll to happen. Didn't happen. Don't know why. Just didn't. Because God forbid things happen when I need them to. We were so close. Because that's the furthest through his second health bar we've been. Though I have to assume that if we defeat one brother, the other one probably gets stronger, or some nonsense like that. As is tradition for double health bar fights. So I probably should be working them down in tandem, but how am I supposed to hit the kid when he's on the other one's back? Answer, get around behind him, but good luck with that idea when he's just teleporting around every time you even twitch a finger. Game design. Oh, you went for the slow swing that time. Okay, sure, why not? Yep. Just go ahead and cancel that Estus, why not? Just kill me. I don't fucking care.
But you may rest here too, if you like.
Oh yeah, I can't even burn the thing here, because God forbid. I was gonna remember to burn the bone ash finally, so I think that'll mean I get full health from my Estus finally, which would be nice. Crystal full spells, though. Like I said, I really don't think they're gonna matter. Oh, this takes more than one attunement slot. Could be worth a try. He says, lying to himself. I don't even know how the spell works. You know, sometimes you gotta just try whatever shit you got still in your pockets. There's also the dark spells that I forgot to buy. That's impressive, but it's really fucking slow. So I really don't think that's gonna happen. But I'll try. I'll give it a fucking shot. Why not? Tell you what, you know what? I'm even gonna go the extra mile. We'll make the spell cast even faster. It'll have the only shot it'll possibly have of working. I have to imagine, though, that'll do a lot of damage. It has to, right? With something that takes that long to fire, you would think? For fuck's sake. I really don't like the fact that that button is inconsistent as well. Like, it's a little further in than it looks like it is. Come on. Why is it that so many of the worst fights in these games also occur near these elevators? Where you have to wait extra time for the fucking elevator? You ever notice that? There's just like this weird consistency with them having elevators near dogshit fights. It's almost like it's designed specifically to rub it in and piss you off more. Which genuinely may actually be the case. Yeah, that takes so long to cast. That did some solid work. Not enough for the amount of cast time it has, though. Because I get similar results just from these arrows, which come out way faster. For those wondering why I was just kind of shooting at him, it's like, well, he's letting me do it. I may as well, right? Okay, that was pretty good. Full health. I was greedy. He's gonna sit there and think about things for a second. I'm gonna go ahead and just charge both my things back up. Now he's going for the many arrows again. I shouldn't keep going for that second swing. He's too fast in this phase for me to get away with that. I figured the pillar was going to save me there. That's why I risked the heal. Okay, down goes Lorien. Now let's just beat the shit out of Lothric while we can, because I'm assuming he's reviving. Yep, that's what he did. Okay, that sucks. And it ate my roll again.
You may rest here too, if you like.
Swear to God. So I think the key is gonna be get the younger prince down to like half before I defeat the older prince in the second phase. Is about half I think I can chew through before he gets the revive off. And I'm kind of hoping that it's based on how much health he has left, how much he gives his brother as well. But I knew there was either going to be another revive or it was going to be a power-up bit. This marks now 2 games in a row where toward the end of the game they have a fucking revive mechanic for the twin boss fight, I might point out. Didn't the bosses right before Nashandra in the last game also revive each other? Because they thought that was a good fucking idea. Like, don't get me wrong, it takes him a while to do it, but unless you have a lot of stamina, you're not gonna be able to kill through that whole health bar before he gets that revive off. So you basically just have to do the fucking fight again. Nope. All because he takes fucking 6 to 8 business days to fire the goddamn thing. Like, if you send him an engraved invitation, he might fire the damn M-long attack faster.
This spot.
I was
marks our
mid-roll!
grave, but
You
may
saw me
rest
leave
here
the
too,
ground!
if you like.
Once again, iframes are a suggestion, and I don't know why I ever trust them. Come the fuck on. Would just like to get back to the second phase, the part of the fight that even fucking matters, so I can move on with my life. No, we have to have padding, we have to have extra bullshit for you to deal with. What's that? You only have so much Estus? Well, guess what? We're gonna drain it dry. Or the alternative that I mention so often. Hey, I hope you like not getting hit for 10 minutes straight. So fucking over this. I would like to just be able to move on with my life, please. We have already passed the point where this fight has taken more tries than literally the rest of the fights today. Like, this is going to end up competitive with Sullivan for being the worst fight of this playthrough. Oh, you can stand up. Huh. Didn't even hit me with the sword, he fucking elbow dropped my ass. Stop that. Okay, out of arrows. All because I have to circle around a little bit more. My whole fucking timing for this is now all kinds of fucky.
This spot.
And he just happened to get me just enough.
Too, if you like.
Stupid fuck. God. Extra health bars. Why can't I have an extra health bar? Why do we never get to have more than one? This fucking bonfire's stupid. I can't even use it to adjust my Estus or anything. Gotta walk over here, adjust my Estus, and then... Actually, no, I can't even... I forgot I have to go to the blacksmith to adjust Estus because reasons. What's that? You want to pour different liquids into different bottles? Nope. Gotta have a professional do that for you. Should have stuck to my original plan and ended at 4.5 hours, but no, now I've shot myself in the fucking foot again. Just gonna throw away basically all of the magic. I'm not gonna get enough shots out of my magic in this fight for me to be able to use more than one bottle of Magic Estus anyway. So let's answer the one major problem I'm having, which is running out of Estus in this fight. Since apparently I'm gonna have to do this the slow and painful way, is God forbid things move smoothly or quickly in any of these games. You have to do it the most methodical, wish to rip your own eyes out way possible. Bright side, the storm ended. So, we're definitely not getting any tornadoes here. Uh-huh. Gotta be careful how many times they say something like that. Eventually, I'll just somehow speak a tornado into existence just on the roof of my damn house. Really is apparently just too much to ask for to just be able to be done with this. I'm going to prove the nonsense here. Same guy that was there before. I was curious. Oh, there is like a critical move you do there. Just, I guess I was never lined up properly for it. Okay, that still goes through walls. And he shot around the pillar that time. Okay. I was hoping to sneak up on him. Instead, all I did was screw myself because the pillar fucked with the lock-on. Yeah, I don't know why I thought I was gonna get away with drinking right behind him like that. Take it.
Dear brother.
I have no fucking stamina. It just wouldn't bring my stamina back for some reason partway through there. It just refused to come back.
This spot marks our grave.
How much
But
fucking damage does that do?
Too, if you like.
Like, sure, I was missing part of my health, but here's the funny thing. See that health bar? We had slightly more than that. And that still killed me. Fucking ridiculous. Like, I understand that they have to scale these fights to account for the fact that people will be getting more and more durable as the game progresses. But I can't help but feel that they get it wrong for anybody other than the ones building for significant durability. So anybody trying to be any lighter than that gets punished. And I really don't know what the fuck they think that the magic answer there is, really. These gloves are bad for fire. These are better for fire. Not taking my hat off, though. I'll give myself slightly more fire protection, and maybe that'll somehow save Christmas. Yep. Those wondering why I didn't Ember this time, it clearly doesn't fucking matter. If he wants to kill me with an attack, he'll just do it. So all the health in the world doesn't matter.
This spot marks our grave.
Case in point
But you
of
may rest
that
here
just
too,
being exactly the
if you
right
like.
angle. Like, I freely admit to be at a point of I'm slipping because I'm just like, it doesn't fucking matter. Nothing I do matters. It's the classic stages of grief and failure here. What the fuck is up with this statue? Yeah, the statue's weird. Now, I was yelling at myself about doing this today. Now, there's a counterpoint I need to make to myself. At least I'm warmed up to everything right now, instead of the fact that if I did this next week, there would be a week of not having played in between. To once again throw off any kind of rhythm or anything I've built. So there's that aspect to consider. I do still think that I might have been better served by being in better shape, but there's also no guarantee that I'd be in better shape next week. So really, at the end of the day, that too doesn't matter. None of it fucking matters. Hate that move a lot. I hate that move a lot. Because again, it's one of those perfect tempo attacks that's just slow enough that my brain overthinks it just enough to shoot myself in the foot. There we go. I wanted to be at full health for this phase. Or, you know, I'll just get fucked there, I guess. Somehow I lived. Doesn't matter though, because he's just gonna do fire waves and shit. So I can't heal. Looking forward to YouTube comments and such of people defending this fight, saying, no, it's good design, it's good design. And because it works great for my build. Yeah, and it's like, you know what? Your build can also jack you off, I'm sure. Which is what you do all day instead of having any fucking purpose in life. As demonstrated by you making a YouTube comment. Because fuck you, hypothetical YouTube person. You are the exact kind of person I do not want to deal with. He's giving me openings for days on the magic frontier. But yeah, that's exactly what I was expecting to have happen the second I tried to take advantage of any of those openings. It was to get fire waved. He's just kind of thinking about it now, though, so I'm gonna take advantage of that.
Oh, dear brother.
Problem is, I was getting chased by fucking arrows the whole time. Oh, that does do damage, too, huh? I'm becoming more and more convinced there's like a single frame delay when he teleports that takes away my ability to roll sometimes. So I swear to you, I keep pressing the roll button and it just doesn't take. That's all my Estus. Okay, and he still goes back to like 3/4 regardless of Lothric's health. Okay. Sure, why not, game? Oh, let's have that hit after it already finished animating too. Let's do that too, why not?
This spot marks our grave, but you may rest here too, if you like.
I would rather push a boulder uphill with one leg at this rate. Because that's what it feels like at this point. It feels like they keep ripping my damn leg off about halfway through that fight. Because it feels just fucking pointless. It's like, oh hey, you thought you won? Nope, we just keep adding more health bars. Just keep extending it. Eventually the player will make enough mistakes that they die if we just keep making the fight longer. I have an idea. I don't know if it'll work. I know I said that fire probably won't work because he's using fire, but fire's not the idea. I'm pondering whether we would actually get enough poison buildup, since we do actually get a fair amount of hits at him, that I might be able to poison him. Specifically try to poison the younger one. Because he's the one that needs to die. The older one's a problem, but if the younger one's dead, the older one will stay dead. Using slower attacks, though, this might be a good idea. The guy literally is just standing there waiting for somebody to summon them. I would have figured somebody would have summoned them by now, but I guess we're the only ones here today. This might actually be doing more damage. I genuinely can't tell because it's very close in terms of how the meter's moving. And I can't really sit there and judge the specific numbers under the circumstances. That kind of works. And I just got caught by so many of those shots this time. Okay. Also kind of hoping that this will have a better attack angle for hitting both of them, though so far results have not been great for that. No.
Dear brother.
Definitely more effective on Lothric. Like, I feel like that made way more of a dent in his health bar when he was down and doing the res. No, you both die together.
My words.
Enough.
One.
I'll mark your grave.
You remain among the accursed.
Tell me something I don't know, kid. Tell me something I don't know. Because I know the game is not over yet. Can't get much more cursed than that. Let's go spend this before I lose this.
Welcome home. Speak. Very well, then taken.
And there's our 50th intelligence point.
Farewell, Ashmaiden.
I did get a soul from that, so let's see what we get from that. Though I presume it's just going to be Lorien's sword, which is going to be useless to me.
So?
Just like so many other things. I don't know, Lothric's holy sword is an option, but it's also faith, so it's useless to me anyway. Really feels like you get the short end of the stick when you don't go strength as far as boss weapons go. Like, there's a couple, but there's definitely a lot more that need a hefty amount of strength. Like, arguably, things like the Hollow Slayer Greatsword and Wolnir's aren't too bad as far as strength requirements go, but they're still higher than the amount I was aiming for. I don't know. Like, I would need double my faith to be able to use Lothric's sword. Which is a shame, because that would actually probably be a pretty good sword. Not that it matters at this point, because, like I'm predicting, I'm pretty sure we only have one more fight to go. One more significant fight, anyway.
That is, wasn't he?
And I can't even finish upgrading that sword. The Witch Tree branch did earn getting upgraded. See, now these two stabs are the same. Which tells me, yeah, that there is a point where that does start being better then. Let's move at least one charge of Estus back for the moment. And let's go back to using... Oh, let's use the Court Sorcerer Staff now. Because it's starting to pull ahead a bit. It'll probably be worth having. Keeping my stamina ring back. Though it's kind of funny that I barely used magic during that fight, and I didn't even have my stamina ring on. So, the question becomes, what do I do now? I'm assuming there's something else in this room still. Or like something past here or something. Maybe not. Maybe I need to talk to the Firekeeper now that I've done everything then. Because other than the DLC, we've done everything now as far as I'm aware.
Welcome, host. Ashen One, may I pose thee a question? Has the little Lord Ludleth spoken to thee of any curious matters? I sense that he possesseth some knowledge of a thing once most precious, or most terrible, now lost to the Firekeepers. Pray tell. Is it a matter of which I should be apprised? Ashen One has this of a brain.
So I should talk to Ludeth about something the Firekeepers might have lost. There's a lot of things the Firekeepers have lost over time, though, huh?
Aha, that's all. Ah, most illustrious Lord Seeker. Or should I say, Lord Slayer? Fine kindling for the thrones, is it not? Each soul truly worthy of lordship. And all slain by thy hand, to bind them to their thrones, even in death. Oh, I have no qualms, for as we are to our thrones, thou art to thy duty. In fact, methinks thou'st helped these poor lords along their rightful path. Ah, and
so that's not helpful.
Treat the Firekeeper not with discourtesy. She is much like thee, prisoners both, kept to link the fire.
Okay, so he didn't have anything useful to say. So your prompting, I guess, is not correct currently.
Ashen One has us of a brain.
So what the fuck am I supposed to do then?
Oh, good. The Firekeeper must be twitching with delight. But what do you really know about these Lords of Cinder, these supposed legends? Let's take Aldrich for one. A right and proper cleric. Only he developed a habit of devouring men. He ate so many that he bloated like a drowned pig, then softened into sludge. So they stuck him in the Cathedral of the Deep, and they made him a Lord of Cinder, not for virtue, but for might. Such as a lord, I suppose. But here I ask, do we have a sodding chance?
Yeah, considering I've killed them all. Yes. Yes, we do. At least I do.
At the foot of Lothric Castle, an old path still runs below the tower in the undead settlement. It was used to transport sacrifices to the Cathedral of the Deep. You should see where it leads, if you've the stones for it.
That, I believe, is him talking about the paths of the road of sacrifices that then led to the cathedral, so that's not helpful.
You haven't given up, you can make...
No.
I don't need
Thanks for the heavy gem, I guess.
Not now I've flown the coop. The Undead Legion of Farron is a caravan of undead, sworn by wolf's blood to contain the abyss. The Legion will bury a kingdom at the first sign of exposure. Joyous bunch, really. Gaining admission to the Legion is a matter of some ceremony. Inside their keep, snuffing out the flames of 3 altars opens the door to the wolf blood. Even accursed undead want to believe they're special, it seems. I pity the sorry souls.
So I guess he acts as your hint system of a handful of the things you'd be doing along the way. Funny, in a way, he's wearing the same coat I am. The same coat the Undead Legion have. Funny that.
Gaining admission to the Legion, even I...
Got anything else?
You oft the Lords of Cinder, the Undead Legion. So that's how they're delivered to their thrones. I pity the sorry souls. Is that really Lordship's last reward? I failed to thank you for helping them find their final resting place.
Ooh, the Farron ring. So you are a member of the Legion.
I pity the sorries.
Yeah, we've dealt with all the Lords of Cinder, haven't we? Because we got the Abyss Watchers, we got Aldrich, we got Lothric, we got Yorm. Ludeth's still sitting on his chair like he's supposed to. What the fuck am I supposed to do now?
Ah, 'tis good, wasn't he? There are 2 simply...
You're still looping tutorial information, that's not really a surprise.
Pretty, I go.
Huh. Well, we've got ads coming up. I suppose what I'll have to do is figure out what the hell I'm supposed to be doing now. Oh, that I've cleared out all of the lords. So I half remember where to go, I just don't know what to do to get there. So I will be just taking a quick look to figure this out, I suppose. How do I get here? Oh, I need to actually place the ashes. That's the problem. Okay. I was like, shouldn't this be done? I knew I was on the right track. I needed to interact with the thrones. There we go. There's gonna be a lot of running around. Obviously, I'm not going to follow through on doing the actual thing until everybody's back from ads. I guess we don't have his cinders. And these two are at least side by side, so I can do that one easily. It's funny how they were all reacting as if I had delivered them to their thrones already, and yet I hadn't put the remains in place. It's a hell of a thing to think about, you know? Yeah, all that's left is we talk to the Firekeeper, so let me make sure I've done everything I can before we speak to her about that. Here, have the soul of those two brats. Nothing to do with that any further. I think we can eke out like one more level before we go. Yeah, just one more level. Assuming she doesn't just send me immediately.
Welcome home,
No, okay. So I presume it'll be the talk prompt that'll trigger the thing then. That's good. 7 more FP could make a difference, but I doubt it would be that big a difference. I'll go ahead and grab a hit of dexterity. So I think 50 intelligence is good enough. I'm assuming there's gonna be a whole cutscene and everything, and I don't want people to miss it because of the ads. Is the main bit here. Let's go back to our usual knife until such a time as the other one is required. So for funsies, yeah, it's actually not that big. I was expecting that to be harder to wield than that. Obviously, I'm not going to use the fancy move on it because I don't want to end up actually accidentally upsetting everybody that's in here. This way you got to look at Stormruler for a moment. Of course, the Dancer's fancy swords. These would have been really fun to use, but they just came in at such an awkward time. I would have needed to have already been built for them to really feel comfortable committing to using them. Could have used these dual katanas. Would have just needed one more strength. Rotten Grew Spear was always an option. Could have grown into the Gargoyle Flame Spear if I really wanted to, but probably wouldn't. Same issue with the Ritual Spear, though at least that works as a staff, so that could have been an idea. So the spell buff on it is dog shit. A whole 60 spell buff even at this point. But it may be that, well, yeah, it scales with faith, so I would assume the spell buff from that would also scale with faith. Yeah, see, sorceries cast using this weapon channel the wielder's faith. So that's why that works the way it does. But we're about out of ads, so it's time to get on our way. Do what must be done. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. It's time to talk to the Firekeeper after correcting the mistake. I forgot to put the cinders on the thrones. That's why this wasn't working.
Ashen One has the eyes of a prey.
You're still saying the same thing. Said I just needed to put the cinders on the thrones and then talk to the Firekeeper. What the fuck? Defeated the 4 Lords of Cinders and placed their ashes upon their empty thrones. Did I not? Like, do I actually place Lothrics? Because I tried and it wasn't letting me. Maybe I just didn't have the right spot. Yeah, no, I have no prompt. Oh. What the fuck? I have to do it from down here? That's very buggy. But it worked. I just had to do a 360 to place his ashes, I guess. Oh yeah, she moved. Okay, yep.
The 5 lords sit their 5 thrones. All thanks to thee, most worthy of lords. Ashen One, with the lords as thy witness, bend thy knee afore the bonfire's coiled sword, and let the lords' embers acknowledge thee as their true heir, a true lord, fit to link the fire. Farewell, may the flame.
Here we go. You'll notice we couldn't do anything else but kneel to the flame here as well. You couldn't leave.
Noble lords of Cinder, the fire fades. And the lords go without thrones. Surrender your fires to the true heir.
Which is why all of our other opponents were heirs of fire as well. Whoever defeats all of the others is the real heir. At least that seems to be the idea. The big hat covering up almost everything that's happening here is honestly so funny to me. You think I should have taken my hat off before she did this? Hopefully that's not going to get in the way and ruin everything.
Let him grant death to the old gods of Lordran, deliverers of the first flame.
Well, we're entering the final battle, so technically, yes. Welcome to the kiln of the first flame. Things are a little different here compared to where we just were, but also a lot of things are still the same. But how you doing, Zero? We had a whole pain loop to get through Lothric himself. Everything else today, though, was relatively smooth. Huh. That looks a little weird. Honestly, that's fair. Oh, apparently that teleported me over here. Not what I was expecting a bonfire to do. Is this a real bonfire? Nice, nice. Glad to hear you're doing well. Yeah, agony ahead seems about right. Considering the way things have gone up to this point, agony ahead is kind of expected. Lord of Cinder ahead, you ahead, seems familiar. Praise the sun, yeah. Let's do this. I've got nothing that I can gain, really, so... let's finish the job. Yeah, you might need a different version. There may also be some weird incompatibility somewhere. There's unfortunately a lot of varied options that cause those things to get kind of weird, so I can't really be of too much health up there. No, you switched to magic. Look at you. You don't have what I have. Because otherwise I would have gotten hit with Soulstream, but... oh, nope, there it is. So you do have that. Nifty. Now he switched back to sword mode. Oh no, he's in spear mode now. That's neat. That's a cool party trick you got there. I wish I could do things like that. Just switch forms at will mid-fight. You're gonna have to give me a minute on that one. I'm not gonna be able to read that with much detail dancing with this guy, it seems. There we go, he's calmed down a little bit. Yeah, Neo is an odd one. Curved sword time? Okay. Oh, that was a much faster attack than I expected. Yeah, I had a feeling you were gonna catch me on the spin. Oh, look at you with the backflip. Oh, you got pyromancy now too. Look at, we got a badass here. This is risk. Aha! I actually got him with the soul stream. I did that mostly for flair, because it doesn't do a lot, honestly, to most targets I've noticed. But it looked cool. And if he's gonna let me do it, you know, I'm gonna do it. Oh, he power within. That was a different move. Okay. I will admit, I question the design heavily if it took getting to New Game Plus for it to get good. 'Cause that sounds like flawed design. I fucked that up. Switched back to staff mode, okay. That moved just fast enough. Fine, we want to do this dance. We can do this dance. You lose. I assume you have a second phase, though. Yep, of course you do. Why wouldn't this have a second phase? Okay, now you got lightning spears, too. That's cool. Oh, I'm probably dead, aren't I? No, I lived that. I'm surprised. Okay, he does actually throw those. All of that just to be fucked over by, haha, I have a second phase, haha. Fuck's sake. When they want people to burn their office down. Because I don't think even the people that like their games would stand that. That would be the death knell of their company. Because it's already tedious enough fighting in these fights through their second phase. Because so many of them don't change that much or add one really annoying attack for reasons. And with how much it takes to chew through these fucking first phases, it just becomes tedious for me. Yeah, honestly. I'm not here to fight the same guy for 3 hours. I'll just smile and nod like I know what you're talking about there. I misread that entirely. I don't think he used this moveset like at all in the previous encounter with him. Yeah, that would do it. Because I'm running out of patience enough just getting through this. There's no way in hell I would have the patience to deal with their DLC. Especially with the little bit of the ice area I poked my head into and got fucking destroyed. If you could just start doing literally anything else, that would be great. So this moveset is a problem. Like, I could sit there and poke him all day and do, like, one attack, and I will want to rip my own arms off in the process. Okay, if he goes for big sword moveset, just jump off the cliff. That's what I've gathered from that situation. I will lose my goddamn mind. This went so well the first time, and I fully anticipate this being garbage from here on. Because that seems to always be the way at this point. Is round one great, everything else terrible. I feel like I can use how lumpy this arena is to my advantage, but I feel like it's also going to come back to bite me at the same time. Curved sword, okay. Ooh. I guess I missed the critical point opportunity, maybe? Or maybe that wasn't actually a critical point option, it was just he's staggered. Made the noise, though, so I assumed it was a... Okay, yeah, sure. That's totally the direction I was indicating for that roll to go, yep, Totally didn't pull back and tell him to go the other way, no. No, I clearly wanted to go in the direction his sword was going to go. So I have it set that I'm supposed to have 10... Oh wait, no, I switched it so that I had one extra magic again. Because I was anticipating this fight. Let's try getting a steady chant in first. That does make it do more, but I don't know if it's worth it. There's a reason why it's the steady boring option, yeah, as it's effective. God forbid I try to do anything different. I get punished for it every fucking time. What's that? Unique choices? No, die. Imagine if we were even half as cool as this guy is. Yeah, I figured I could sneak that in. Turns out, no, not really. Wanna shoot? I can shoot back just fine. Oh, that's the great sword moveset. No? Is this a spear? Is this a... Oh, maybe it's halberd. No? That charge is definitely spear. He's just also got spins and shit, I guess. And what was that shorter spear he had before? Still, this is a much better opponent for me than the other option was. Oh, you have that too. You know, I don't know why I would have thought you didn't have Soul Greatsword. Fine, you want to have a wizard duel? We can have a wizard duel. Especially since you lose. Now phase 2, because God forbid... Oh, that does damage too, because why wouldn't it? Yet again, punish me for trying to gain what little advantage I could so I have any prayer here. Oh, and that's just a kill you move, because that's good design. Get touched by the move, you just lose your entire health bar. Yep, good design. Great idea. Especially when it looks like any other attack. Swear. Just so fucking over this at this point. And yet I have no choice. I have to finish this. That's just where we're at. There really isn't even a point to trying any of the other options. If he's cinders and everything he does is fire, my main other best weapon is not really gonna do jack shit here, probably. Is the Chaos Sword, so I see no reason why it would be effective. Then again, magic really shouldn't be effective here either, and that's working, so... I suppose there's a reality there, potentially. It would help so much if you would listen to fucking directions, you rotting pile of shit I call a character. There have been so many times where I will tell him to roll, and an animation has already finished, and he won't do it anyway. There's just an extra added delay for reasons. Yeah, just go ahead and kill me. But we're just gonna be on this merry-go-round for God knows how long. However long it takes. Or long enough for me to tell everyone, you know what, we went this far and I'm just going to delete the game anyway because I don't fucking care anymore. These are the two options. Because we got decently far once, so it's not impossible. I just need the right pattern and not to make a foolish error anywhere. But oh wait, one error can be death. Because that's wonderful to deal with. Like, I don't even enjoy the hunts in Monster Hunter that lead to being nearly ruined in one bad move. What makes you think I'm gonna like it here, in a game I don't like? Is I want to be clear. I genuinely want to like this series. But it is designed antithetical to me. Like, just across the board, it is design that is opposite what I enjoy for the most part. So we do not go together well at all. Oh, he was doing that, okay. See, I expected a fireball to come out, which is why I reacted the way I did. No, I say the whole series can go in the bin. Because they all have the same decisions I don't like. They are all boss fight heavy slogs with design that just does not play well for me. It's not that the games are bad, they are just bad for me. That is the point I'm trying to make from the word go. By all means, like what you like. We are just going to fundamentally disagree there. That this is why I phrase it as they are antithetical to me, not that they are bad. Is there comes a point where I can no longer maintain the on state that I need to to get through these. But in order to have the easier fights, where I'm much more durable, I would have to play a build I do not enjoy. So I lose either way. That's the problem. To play the builds I enjoy, I have to not enjoy the boss fights, basically. And unfortunately, these games are very focused on their boss fights. Exactly what you see me doing, using dexterity and magic. Unfortunately, that tends to lead to being much more fragile, because your armor is nowhere near as good, so you die much more readily than somebody with a much more durable build would have. But if I traded out the points I spent on having the amount of damage that I need to feel like I'm moving these health bars at an appreciable rate, it honestly, I don't even know if it would matter, for one, because half the time it feels like armor is meaningless in these games. Unless you're wearing the heaviest goddamn plate in the damn galaxy. And like, a fight like this, for example, has a hard counter built into it, as most of them do, to using magic, because they're either very aggressive, which forces you not to be able to use your magic half the time, or an example like him, he has his own magic. Like, I do really think these games are built very much in favor of the poise-heavy, durable builds that do exist. Unless, and bear in mind there's an unless, you play these enough that you get your timing down perfect. This is why I say I need to play basically perfectly. Because the skill requirement versus the build I enjoy means I would have to play this enough that it's beyond my enjoyment of a game. That is the bottom line issue. For me to use the things I find interesting and actually get to have variety in my setup, I feel I end up locked into these situations. Because you would think I would enjoy pyromancy, but a lot of pyromancy spells really aren't that interesting. Not that sorceries are that interesting either, but there's a little bit more going on sometimes there. It doesn't help that a lot of fights in this one in particular have this wild tracking where they'll fucking 360 if you go around them and in the middle of their move. I really should have switched back to the other weapon, but I've just been so I'm going back in because it doesn't fucking matter what I do mindset at this point, because I've already lost my goddamn mind again. See, I don't feel like there was that much of a difference. And maybe it's playing them all back to back that blurs the lines between them more, but it really doesn't feel like they were that different from each other. The timing was better on the spells in 2, I would say. 3, the timing of your spells when you get them felt pretty fucking bad. Like, a lot of them were really late. Because I can't tell you how long I was sitting there just using a regular fucking soul arrow. Two, I do feel like I missed out on some of the magic because of the fact that I opted for Faith, which turned out to be a really bad decision. It feels like Faith kind of got the short end of the stick in that game. At least as far as it being interesting goes. but I don't know if it really was much better in any of the other ones either. And you'll notice my damage isn't that much higher with this, but I can get more hits in, because I can attack a little faster and just kind of poke him. Yeah, that's kind of what I noticed. Is like the only viable spell I had was Emit Force. Was pretty much. And even that was not remarkable particularly. Which made the playthrough for that unfortunate in a lot of ways. I did still enjoy 2, though, I will say. But I think that was more the energy of 2 was more enjoyable, necessarily, than everything about it being better or anything. Okay, that does track a bit. That's weird. It also sucks that he can basically beat me with my own shoe, no matter what build you have for this fight in particular. It's like, oh, hey, that thing you can do, I can do that better. Like, why isn't this guy the real heir? He's just better than me in every fucking way. A lot of areas did not feel good. I will definitely agree with you on that. I would have to say that it depends on what you want out of your boss fights for whether this one feels best or not. Because a lot of these were really aggressive and nasty, and there were definitely some questionable decisions in some of them. Like the bullet spray in Aldrich and Lordric, for example, both were kind of stupid. It's like, oh hey, I hope you like a bunch of little projectiles to account for while you're trying to deal with everything else, because that's what you're getting. Well, yeah, it's the Poison Swamp. Nobody likes the Poison Swamp. I didn't mind Farron Keep, though it did kind of outstay its welcome in some ways, I would say. I would still rather go back to Farron Keep a dozen times than ever go back to fucking Anor Londo again. Lothric Castle wasn't bad, though. I actually mostly enjoyed Lothric Castle. That felt like an actual area compared to a chunk of the areas in this game. Yeah, that's Lothric Castle. That was right before this, right before the actual Lothric fight, and basically setting up for this sequence we're doing here right now. I should just die, honestly. I have burned through almost all my Estus before we even got the second phase. Those did feel like some of the most fleshed out areas, I will say that. I genuinely do think that people just hate on Farron Keep because it's the poison area. And I don't disagree with that. Because it is a slog to get through because you spend half the area literally slogging through Slowdown Swamp, which is just fucking tedious. But it's got interesting ideas in there. And at least there was a variety of things happening there. So it still gets higher marks than a lot of places. Undead Settlement wasn't bad. That one's kind of in the middle, I would say. High Wall exists. Cathedral of the Deep can suck it. I did not like that place. Even if that was decently fleshed out in some ways, I just did not like it at all. That's kind of the point I'm saying, yeah. That's what I mean specifically with High Wall. It's like, yeah, that area's there. I mean, sure, it's your tutorial area. But I still remember Undead Asylum a lot more than I remember High Wall. And those both are tutorial areas. Hell, I even remember the cemetery here more than I remember High Wall. So I will admit I do completely forget things betwixt, more or less, so, you know, take that as you will. I love that you can cast faster than me and hit harder and just do everything better. I love that for you. See, the problem is, if your game is better in DLC than it was in your main game, maybe you should have spent more time on your main game. I'll say it. But here's the thing, I almost universally tend to hear that the DLCs are harder in all of these games. So if what people are enjoying is it being harder, that would still be the opposite of what I want too. So it wouldn't help me at all. And see, that whole running past everything to get to the bosses thing is, again, I see and hear people talk about that a lot. Whereas, as it's the move to do, and it's like, well, if I already don't enjoy the boss fights, why would I try to rush to get to the boss fights faster? It just doesn't make sense to me. Like, from the little bit I dipped into the ice area of the one DLC that I do have, it looked interesting. But it was fucking Murderland the second you walked in the damn place. It makes it kind of hard to enjoy it when it literally is just throwing 1,000 things at you the second you arrive. Because you fight those 3 ice soldiers, basically, right off the rip. And then as soon as you go down the ledge that leads anywhere in that place, you're hounded by dozens of fucking wolves and murder trees. It's like, what the fuck are we doing here? Yeah, but there's usually a couple guys trying to kill you, not a fucking small army. There's a difference of pacing there. Like, that place felt like it was just fucking full tilt from the word go, and there was no off switch for it. Most areas of all these games have at least an area where you can kind of breathe for a second. In that place, the only time you were breathing is if you were dead or if everything was dead. I didn't need to. That told me I didn't want to be there already. You see, I have the common sense to know my limits. See, that's how you know it's fucking terrible. If you didn't get through it, that means it's dog shit. Okay, you can get around him when he does that. Yeah, if I wanted to just go boss fight to boss fight to boss fight all the time, I would play the 3D Ninja Gaidens, play Devil May Cry, or anything like that where I enjoy the boss combat of those more. Because I feel more free to actually be able to do and react to what's happening. Instead of feeling like I'm constantly on the back foot because of the stamina system, in particular, setting me up for failure. Like, sure, I could have invested more points in stamina. That's accurate. But that would have come at the cost of me being able to do anything else. I'm just gonna get peppered to pieces again here. How are you feeling about Sigma? Because people say Sigma's the worst version. Personally, I didn't really think it was bad. But it is weird that there's Ninja Gaiden Sigma, which Ninja Gaiden Black has some of Sigma 1 and 2 in it for some reason. There's a whole fucking weird thing with the 3D trilogy. I don't fully understand what went on with that. Back off and use my only remaining Estus, because God forbid. Just wasn't allowed to roll again, and I'm dead. Are we having fun yet? Hopefully somebody out there is. I stopped having fun about the third or fourth try into Lothric, if I'm honest. Yeah, 2 is apparently where people think it went the worst. People tend to hate on either Ninja Gaiden, Sigma 2, or 3. There was a time where people really fucking hated Sigma 3 Razor's Edge. I don't know if people still hate it, but boy, do I remember people getting real fucking upset about that one. But honestly, the real answer is they're the same game. Like, Black and Sigma 1 and half of Sigma 2 are literally the same game. They just took the blood out of the Sigma games, or at least reduced it. From what I recall, at least in the first versions of Sigma. I believe Sigma has the same blood now in the PC versions and such. It may be that people have changed their minds over the years, too, because I want to say I mostly saw the hate for both 3 and Razor's Edge in the time that they were new. So bear that in mind. People's thoughts on games change as time goes by and more people play them, rather than just reading hate about them and just puppeting the hate around and echoing some YouTuber's stupid idea. Not to make a very specific example there or anything at all, no. Honestly, I feel like people are being unreasonable with 4. Like, yes, there's a different character involved. Though, there's an aspect that makes that argument invalid too, but that's spoilers. So I'm not gonna follow that. Well, I suppose it depends on if people care about spoilers for Ninja Gaiden 4 or not. Because they wouldn't really be shocking spoilers by any stretch of the imagination. So I honestly didn't know it was a different team. I didn't really notice that big a difference, other than it had more of a focus on unlocking things, I would say, because yes, you unlocked things in the other 3D Ninja Gaidens, but they didn't feel as heavy. Like, it felt like you were unlocking things a lot in 4, which was a good thing to me. But I could see why not everybody would be into that, because they may have felt that more things were locked away than necessary, which is a fair argument compared to previous games. You're just gonna have to get used to the camera. The camera is rough in all of them, if I'm honest with you. That's just the nature of that type of game. I thought I was gonna live that. For those wondering why I fired off where I did, I expected to live with just like a sliver there. I miscalculated. That was a greedy shot. The furthest we fucking got in one greedy shot, because I'm already over this fight, is I want it over. Means we have to do the fucking thing again. Okay. Heavies don't do enough more damage to be worth it. Oh yeah, sure, that just hits like a solid body to the side of it. Why not? Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know why you'd put yourself through that any other way. I say as one who more or less finished one without it. I gave up at the end of it because the end of it is terrible without any kind of rewinding unless you really sit there and memorize the fucking hell out of it. I just decided it wasn't worth my time after like 20 or so attempts at the end of that game. It's like, I could save state through this, but I just don't fucking care. I can't be bothered. That's the thing. That's one of the things that makes that game last the way it has, is because they actually did a lot of very impressive things for it being an NES game with it. They just also did an impressive amount of twisting your balls off with that game. Is where the other side of that coin comes in. God, that attack takes so fucking long to go. Yep, I love not having control of my body and getting the shit kicked out of me while I have no control over my life. My favorite thing. I'm also really just looking forward to ripping apart the fool who decides to comment, oh, you could win this easy, just parry everything. To which I say, I wish your mother parried your father's dick when you were about to be born. Yeah. Honestly, emulating it would not be that bad to do. It's an NES game. It's not hard. You could also see the trilogy version for the Super Nintendo if you really want to as well at that rate. Which people say that the trilogy version is worse. I don't know if there's really that big a difference. Aside from it does have some physics differences. Which, for those very familiar with Ninja Gaiden, probably it matters. But for the casual user, it'd be irrelevant. So, on the note of what I will and won't put up with finishing, it's a hell of a thing to think about the amount of Ghosts and Goblins games I've finished. Because I've finished 2 of them. I just wish I cared more about the Switch in general. That's the problem with the Switch for me, is I just have no real reason to use the Switch, so it just sits there and rots. Because I've beaten Super Ghouls and Ghosts, and I beat the Genesis one as well. And boy, do I not fucking recommend that to anyone. That is not a worthwhile fucking endeavor for anyone's sanity. Meh. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there's plenty of that on PC too, so that's again a case of it what would it do for me with it being on the Switch? I don't go anywhere, so the one advantage of that system is useless to me. And I have no special attachment to Nintendo, so just meh. If anything, these days I'm getting closer and closer to having a special detachment from Nintendo. No, because they keep getting fucking more and more wild about their nonsense. Not that any of the other companies are any better. I have a special detachment from basically all of the console companies at this point because of all their stupid shit they've done. They've all just done mostly different stupid shit. That leads to them all being questionable to have any business with. I would switch spells up, but none of my other spells are going to do much of anything different here. One thing that might be worth doing is forego the dexterity in favor of... Where is that fucking ring? There it is. Spellcasting time. And... we'll commit fully to faster shots. Because even with the spell buff drop from switching to this staff, I'm pretty sure my heavy arrows will do more than the regulars, but they'll be similar speeds now. That's not that much more than my regular attacks now, though. And you might think they're safer, but with the way he can close the gap, in some forms... Like, if we look through the spells I have, most of these are irrelevant. Anything before Great Heavy Soul Arrow probably isn't going to do jack diddly dick to him. Darts, useless. Hail, garbage. Soul Mass might do something. Might be worth having that and then walking that into him. Unless he's weak to dark, I doubt Deep Soul would matter. Crystal Hail is garbage. The Soul Spears would have the same problem that the arrows have, but they wouldn't do as much damage. I don't know if Crystal Soul Spear does more damage than Heavy Soul Arrow or not. We can try it. But I do think it might be in my best interest with the faster casting, just to set up Soul Masses and then let him hit himself with those. They're not going to do a lot, but they'll at least be passive damage. Oh, my Soul Masses broke on the fucking door. I forgot about that. See, I'm not sure, because I suspect they may have nerfed it, because the Soul Masses do a lot less damage in this game compared to 1. Because I remember Soul Mass doing, actually, like, arrow-comparable damage, and it does a fair whack less, unless you hit with the whole set now. At least it did when I tested it before. It seems to be doing a bit better with the Crystal Soul Mass, but, you know, considering I'm getting hit almost every time I'm trying to use it, it's not exactly working out great. And then there's the times where they just miss because, you know, they did a great job designing these things. I love that you can just do whatever you want in Soul of Cinder. I'm so happy for you. I wish I had unlimited stamina to just go random bullshit go constantly and do whatever the fuck I wanted. This would be a very different situation in that particular case. It's one of those things where I don't hate the stamina system, but the stamina system fucking hates me. It also doesn't help, and I've talked about this infinite times, but I'm gonna keep talking about it because it continues to be a problem. When you stand up from those attacks, you'll be fully standing and back to everything as normal, and your roll is still disabled because they've just decided to break your knees. I'm using the Corvian Great Knife because I was focusing on daggers for this, because I wanted to try daggers, which has been mostly fine. This Great Knife has actually been doing fantastic work because it's roughly sword length but faster. So it's been glorious in that vein. And it bypasses shields, which is delightful. This guy doesn't have a shield though, so he doesn't give a shit about that. I have a Rotten Grue sword that I put Chaos on, because it was a fun idea. That's what I was using on him earlier, which did fuck all damage because he more than likely resists fire very heavily, if I were to hazard a guess. Yep. I hate that spin attack. That spin attack is the worst thing this fight has, because it takes so long to come out. It looks like it's happening for the entire spin, and then it just swings out. It's so aggravating. I think I'm better off going back to Port Sorcerer if I'm going to be using the knife so much and trying to use soul masses, because clearly the casting time is an issue no matter how I look at it, even with it sped up as much as possible. Because the Witch Branch makes your spells faster, and that ring makes my spells faster, and it does not feel like they're fucking fast at all. Gonna be honest with you, still feel incredibly sluggish and vulnerable trying to use any magic in this game half the time. And we, of course, run into that diminishing returns problem, as usual, where I'm at the tail end of a day that was already not a great day to begin with. So I'm extra weak against something that has a complex pattern, which this isn't that complex, but it's long instead. But we have the problem of this is literally the final fight. If I do this on another stream, unless it takes me hours just to get through it, we will end up with a very disgustingly bad split of time. And it's so frustrating that these situations keep happening. That's the curse of streaming, to a certain degree, is you don't have the luxury necessarily of just stopping something and then coming back to it. Unless you really want to deal with awkward video sizes. Or you just don't care about VODs. Like, if you aren't saving these for the future, then obviously what happens to the VOD doesn't fucking matter. Every time he delays an attack, that's what gets me. If he just was fast all the time, I'd probably be doing so much better. Now, of course, he went for the soul masses. Oh, good, I staggered him out at the perfect time. Aside from not having stamina to follow up. I know the ads are coming, but let's be real here. The odds of you missing a winning attempt aren't great. And at this point, I genuinely just need to finish this and get the fuck out of here. Because I had plans to do other things tonight, and let me tell you, I don't know if those plans are happening now. Considering how long this is taken. Wu Chang felt decent when I played a little bit of it on Game Pass. I don't know how the magic system was, I didn't play it long enough to get to that. Because the problem is, it ran like hot garbage on my machine. I'm so glad that attack has a really wide attack angle and is just instant death. That's good design. Like, why the fuck does that have an instant death move? Why? What reject thought that was an acceptable thing to give the second phase of your final boss? Like, don't come at me with the, oh, old games had plenty of instant death moves. Yeah, and a lot of them had easier fucking ways of dealing with them. I love when my rolls don't roll when I press the roll button. It's my favorite thing in the video game. Love when rolls don't roll when they're supposed to roll. Oh wow, that actually staggered him. Real shame that I was too far away to capitalize on that. It's almost like when he actually decides to fucking cooperate, this goes way smoother. What a concept that is, eh? Yep, I figured he was baiting for that. I felt the charge coming, but I figured it was better to just shoot him again. Like, don't get me wrong, there's the advantage to that instant death move, is if he misses you, you have such a free and clear opening there. But it still sucks so bad to get caught by it. Like, it's a big risk-reward situation there. I love that he can cast a full fucking lightning spear in the time it takes me to cast as half of my spell, by the way. Stuck on the train again. Is this another arena where they dumped a bunch of garbage in the arena? Welcome back. The fight's theoretically almost over. I'm gonna get hit by this, probably. Oh, what did he do? Oh, God. Die. We did it. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck whoever designed you. Fuck whoever coded you. Fuck everybody who ever thought this was a good idea. Now, if there was a phase 3, I would say, no, there's only 2 phases, and I would close the game. I'm over it. I am so fucking over it. Good fucking lord. Now, that said, I'm gonna soapbox here for a second before I go into end credits and everything. Still a better fight than the Chandra. Still a better fight than the Chandra. Not even gonna question that one. You see, that fight pisses me off to no end. What we just did there is it's fucking brutal, but still a much better fight than the Chandra as far as an end fight goes. That's the thing. It's either laughable or it's disgustingly bad, depending on whether you know to get rid of those shades that she has. Because those shades ruined my fucking day for like an hour before I found out that you could destroy them. Because I obviously didn't swing at them. They were a spell effect. Why would you attack them? Yeah, no. 100% this is a much better end fight. I would say this is a better end fight than Gwyn, actually. As far as it being a much more complex fight and actually having more going on with it. Does it outstay its welcome? I would say yes, but that may be as much a matter of what I'm using. So that is a thing. Sekiro is a completely different animal, though. That's a completely different game. Like, I feel like you can't really compare these, necessarily. That's the same as if you would try to, like, say, oh yeah, Armored Core 6 has a better end fight than this. It's like, well, that's apples and oranges. Yeah, sure, they're the same company, but that doesn't mean it's anywhere near the same concept. Though they did apparently carry over a lot more Souls-esque things over to 6, but I haven't played 6, so I can't comment on that. I know I believe it's 5 that's getting a recompile, be natively playable on PC, that I'm still waiting for that to happen. Because I sure as hell don't have the budget to be buying fucking Armored Core 6 anytime this century, that's for sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 4 Answers, the one. 5 is 4 Answer, I do believe. I want to say they're both the same game. 3 and 4 were the ones I had played the most, so those are the only ones I can really speak of. I do remember a few people going back to the first 2 and really enjoying them. I have not done that yet. Though I keep thinking about doing it because I did find a hack that lets you actually use analog sticks in those properly, so I'm kind of curious how that plays. But either way, let's link the flame. Soapbox moment in past now. Fucking hell, I was not intending today to be a 7-hour stream. I mean, for this, for that, it kind of all blends together. I understand where the mix-up would happen there. This is over for my sanity. This Christ in a fucking hat. The worst part is that the answer was in front of me for winning this fight the whole time. I was following the same logic I had followed for all of the other fights we had done up to this point where magic tended not to work. Despite the fact that I'd leaned very heavily into my intelligence, I still was not using my best tool. Because the first few times I tried it, it didn't work. Committing to it ended up working out that final time. Someday there'll be a 12-hour stream again. That may very well end up ending up waiting for my birthday next year, though. Because it is just hard to have something to do for 12 hours. That's kind of the big problem. And if I sit there and hop around a lot for those 12 hours, I would have to have enough things in mind that I want to hop to, and not have my mind change partway through and derail the entire plan. Otherwise, you have these big, indecisive gaps in there. There's a bunch of covenants that are buried, yeah. Like, I ended up tripping over a bunch of them, but I know I missed a good, like, 3 or 4 covenants. Why is this music getting so fucking loud? Why is this louder than everything else was in this fucking game up till now? Hang on. I know I'm tabbing out in the middle of the end credits, but bear with me. I need to lower that. It is so fucking loud in my ears. That should be a bit better. I might end up doing more Ninja Gaiden on the channel. I can't promise anything there. I've done all of 2 on stream. I have played through all of Ninja Gaiden 1 as far as the 3D games go. 2 also being the 3D ones. I might do 3 at some point, 4 someday, theoretically, because I'm not paying for Game Pass these days. It's for a variety of reasons. And I obviously don't have the expendable income to be buying the damn game. So that's where that's at, and I don't think I would end up playing Ragebound. Not unless it was like a goal or something. Because I did not particularly care for the demo for Ragebound, unfortunately. I'd be more likely to play the new Shinobi over Ragebound. Because the new Shinobi looked really fucking good. See, you're giving me another reason not to touch it. Because if you're saying something's brutal, that means I just throw that off a cliff and never touch it, because that's absolutely out of my fucking line. Hell yeah. everybody I've heard play it loved the hell out of it. And art style wise, it hits real fucking good. And I want to say it's more forgiving than most of the old Shinobis. Oh, on the note of Shinobi though, I know I had talked about doing the 3D Shinobi when I had showed it off before. I can tell you now that I know how the final boss of that game looks, we are never playing that game. We are never playing that game to finish it on stream. Is that final battle is dog shit. That final boss is literally heinous. Yeah, no, there's a lot of other Shinobi games, most of them way back on the Genesis and earlier, which is why most people don't know Shinobi was even a concept until it came back recently. There's a PS2 game, there's like 4 Genesis games. All the Genesis ones are 2D, and the new one's 2D. The PS2 one is a 3D game. And to my knowledge, that's all of them? There might be a DS one as well, I don't remember. Just bear in mind, the Genesis Shinobi games are all well known for being fucking nasty and brutal. They're very good games, but they will beat the shit out of you much like Ninja Gaiden did, but in different ways. Because those have a finite amount of lives where you restart the whole game. Nah. I tried to beat one of them on stream for one of the lightning rounds I did, and I couldn't do it. We spent a good like 4 or 5 hours trying, and I got about halfway through that game and kept wiping completely. So it's not happening. And I try not to use save states for the lightning rounds and such if I can help it. Because I feel like everything would be much easier to get through fast if I just use save states all the time. So I try to keep it a little fairer that way, and a little more interesting. Like, if I just wanted to dedicate a stream to getting through one single one of them, that would be doable, and I would probably use save states then, for my sanity. But save states are also of only limited utility in those anyway, because you can end up in a state of diminishing returns as you go, where trying to clear through an entire thing with one life. Now, I do have every intention of trying to beat more games on Saturday, so do bear in mind that there are going to be more short games coming up. Though, I had intentions of trying to beat only one singular game this Saturday. I know I had said I was going to try to beat one game last Saturday, and I ended up beating like 4 games, but that's neither here nor there. That's what happens when things end up shorter than you think they're going to be. So part of the problem is finding things that will be beatable in one day that aren't only beatable in one day because they will sit there and twist your balls off with difficulty. It's a very complicated balance to try to find. Where something will be difficult enough to be interesting, but not so difficult as to be, oh god, I'm hating myself the whole time. We won't begin Journey 2. We'll stay in this world, because we're done. The Ori games definitely are a case of you either really like them or you hate them, I found. I still haven't really given them a fair shot myself. I still have... Shut up, mate. One of my best friends loves the hell out of Ori, and a fair other few people I know love the hell out of Ori. But I just never ended up picking them up, so I just never ended up doing it. Thank you, Tara. I really wish that this end was not as much of a slog as it ended up being, because I do feel like, from a content standpoint, people probably were sick of my shit halfway through Lothric. I do hate when I end up getting just super aggravated and just angry at the thing I'm doing. Even if sometimes that makes me do better. I do really hate it from a content standpoint, because it just doesn't seem like good content at that point. So I end up always with that, like, feels bad moment of, like, okay, I'm just getting pissed at this thing now, so this is all just sliding down the cliff. And I know some people enjoy watching somebody in pain and raging and everything, but there's a limit to that in my mind, and every time I pass that limit, I start to feel bad. It's kind of the same thing where people will enjoy watching somebody get the shit kicked out of them with crowd control for a good, like, 6 hours. Meanwhile, I've already gotten tired of watching them sit in the same room, getting beat to hell for like 2 hours. That's where my cutoff is for that kind of thing, for example. My patience for doing it would be longer, arguably, than my patience for watching something like that. But I tend to try to make things with how I view things in mind, because I obviously can't read everybody else's mind. So this is why I get worried when I start getting into a position where it's like, I wouldn't want to watch this anymore, so why would I expect anybody else to want to watch this anymore? But I can officially say we are done with all 3 Dark Souls. We don't have to touch these anymore. We only have 2 more games left on the Donathon incentive list. There's just Hades, which is gonna probably end up in a similar way to this at some point through it, and Little Nightmares 1, which is not gonna be much of a thing. That's probably gonna be, we just go through and we're done. I don't think that's gonna be a major ordeal. There's going to be parts of that that are going to take some doing, but I don't think that game's going to be a major ordeal to get through. Whew. Like, obviously, we still have to finish Final Fantasy IV as well as part of the incentive list. But that's pretty free and clear done at this point. There's only maybe 2 more streams left to finish that, I would say. And it's like I talked about before, if this game didn't focus so heavily on boss fights, I do think I would enjoy it more. If they leaned more into the atmospheric storytelling that they are clearly quite good at doing, instead of focusing the gameplay itself so heavily on the bosses, I feel like I would love these games. But instead they lean into the boss fights that, like I said, are just not my thing. They ask just that little bit too far past where I enjoy. Absolutely. If the boss fights are what you enjoy, this would absolutely be the best of the 3. Because it's quick and gets to the point with a lot of the boss fights. Because half of the boss fights are like a foot away from the entrance if you know the right path. It's kind of silly that way. Hey, with some of these areas. It's like, I was shocked by when I found Yorm's boss door, like, right past the first bridge into the area. I'm like, wait, what? Yeah, and I have limited patience for those as well, even though I have more patience for them. And here's the thing, though. It's a matter of what different things people are good at. I survive in that kind of era a lot better because that's the thing I'm arguably good at. That's the thing I'm used to. This kind of 3D action combat is not necessarily my wheelhouse. Not when you have a stamina system nested on top of it. Yeah. is like, I've played a good amount of action RPGs of a similar style to this, and plenty of character action games. But there's just some specific mixture for these in particular that just doesn't land. I did a bit, and I did not care for Dragon's Dogma 1 that much, and I've never tried 2, because obviously I'm not going to shell out the amount they're asking for it on something I'm uncertain about. Oh yeah, those are much shorter experiences, but they may end up feeling much longer. In the same way that this felt like a trial for me to get through. And I still have to call myself out on the fact that I've finished 2 different Ghouls and Ghosts games, and yet I call so many other games out for being too fucking difficult. Like, don't get me wrong, I am definitely calling many kettles black. But it's just the way it is. Is exactly as you said. We all have different things that are different limits for us. Like, I have played Sekiro, for example, but I bounced off Sekiro hard. Because if I wanted to play something like that, I would play Ninja Gaiden. Like, the Ninja Gaiden 3D games would just be more fun for me if I wanted to play something in that vein. And yeah, Nioh is one I do want to give another try. Because I was enjoying the hell out of Nioh for a lot of it. There were a couple boss fights in that I did not like at all. I don't remember names or anything. One of the relatively early ones comes to mind, though, of being just something I did not enjoy getting through. But it's also been a very long time since I played Nioh. But that is one I'd be more willing to go back to and try again, especially now that I've gotten through these. Because I do feel like that's a game that flows a bit better for me. I have no fucking clue at this point, if you want me to be honest. That's more than 10 years ago. When I played Nioh, Nioh was new. Like, it had been out for maybe a month or 2 when I played it. So it may have also gotten balance patches and such that it fixed a lot of problems that I may have had back then as well. I wouldn't be surprised. I just remember enjoying how it felt and how it moved is the main thing that stuck with me. And some of the weapons actually felt fun, which is more than I can say for a lot of the weapons in these games. They do kind of feel the same. Like, even the daggers felt very similar to the swords, which I get it. Daggers and such are more or less just shorter swords in a lot of instances, even though there are definitely a lot of ways you could use them very differently. It just ends up being the way that it is there. Another game in the Souls-like vein that I do want to give another shot to as well is Surge, the 2 Surge games. Because those are such interesting games, even if there's so many fucking bad decisions in them. But I was fascinated by the Surge 1, and I actually had a decent time with Surge 2 when I played a bit of that too. Because I ended up picking both of them up on the cheap. They're the cyborg or Souls-likes, where depending on what limb you chop off of the enemies, you get different parts off of them. They're really interesting. If you really do jive with just Souls-likes in general, I think you might enjoy the Surge 1 and 2. They've been around for a fair while at this point. I'm forgetting about the other one that I really liked. Is that there were Souls-likes I really liked, just most of them weren't the direct Souls games that I enjoyed, because usually they had some quirk that I found more interesting a lot of the time. Let me go look, because I need to remind myself what game I'm thinking of here. Code Vein was fun, but that's not the one I was thinking of. I don't think I would ever go back and finish Code Vein because there's a specific fight in there that can go fuck itself that I ended up dealing with. Hellpoint. Hellpoint's the one I was thinking of, other than the Surge, that was actually really enjoyable. Though there were some fights in that too that were like, God fucking why? Never did finish that though. Yeah, that's why I never ended up picking up Thymesia, is I always heard it was very parry-focused, and I don't like parrying. So I just left that one behind. Last Hero of Nostalgaia was a fun one. We actually finished that one on stream. Mortal Shell, I don't think I would ever go back to the first one, but I've been hearing so many interesting good things about Mortal Shell 2 that could end up being on the table at some future point. If I ever pick it up. I'm just looking basically at the other Souls-likes that I have in here. I remember actually really enjoying Lords of the Fallen, the original first game. I've heard very mixed things about what happened afterwards, so I don't know if I'd ever actually follow through with that. Which is a shame, because like I said, I enjoyed the original first version. I think that's all the Souls-likes I own. So if people are really, really, like, fixated on Souls-likes, those are the options that I have for that. And you've now heard exactly the ones I would consider doing. Like, obviously I own Elden Ring, but Elden Ring's not on the table. That game is too fucking long and way too nasty in exactly the same ways I did not enjoy Dark Souls 3. That is another game where there hits a point where it feels like your health bar does not fucking matter. And that is a well pointed out thing among a lot of people for that. Now, something that is technically a Souls-like that may happen in the future is Outward 2 finished its open beta phase and everything, so I think that game's coming out this year in early access. That may end up being a thing I do cover. I meant to do the beta, but I just never had open time for it. And it also ran kind of iffy. But I really did love Outward. And that's the combat in that is very Souls. So I may very well end up in a similar situation there. These are all potential, eventual, maybe future things. There's a lot of fun ones. Like, most of what I listed there are all genuinely very good games, aside from a couple iffy fights here and there, and that's the same thing that FromSoft games have for most people. So I feel like as long as you could get through any of the Dark Souls games, you could get through most of these. Just becomes a matter of pick a theme you like, and there's a Souls-like for it out there somewhere. Lies of P was one I also did enjoy a fair bit, but that also got lost when I stopped paying for Game Pass. It also was starting to hit a point where I wasn't enjoying it that much either. Like, that's the problem, is there's a sweet spot in a lot of Souls-likes where I actually really enjoy them. Is they're within my range at that point. They're difficult, but enjoyably difficult. And then they just crank that dial that little bit further past my range, and then I'm out. I'm no longer with it. Which is why I've dropped so many Souls-likes like halfway through a lot of them. Because there just comes like one fight or one area where I'm just like, I'm no longer interested. This has become work. And I'm not here to work. If I was gonna work, I would obviously do something else with my time. Obviously, that's a bit of a different thing now that I'm streaming, but you get the point behind the intent of that statement. And I would hope. Wasn't it on sale during the last big sale? I didn't look. Are they up to 3 with Neo now, or is it still only Neo 2? I don't remember. Yeah, Neo 3 does exist. Okay. Yeah, I actually own Neo 2 as well, because I got that as part of one of the Humble Bundles, so you can technically count that in there if I finish Neo 1 ever. Yeah, that's fair. If you're unsure, then obviously throwing the money at it is a questionable decision. I say having bought games and series that I didn't care for points at the fact that I owned all 3 Dark Souls games, even though I had mixed feelings most of the way through Dark Souls 1. Sometimes you just think it's gonna get better. And in some ways it did. And in some ways it didn't. It's like, that's what I was talking about when I was talking about how many Souls-likes I own, is I have a genuine fascination with the way Souls-likes are constructed and how they are. They just end up not quite lining up properly. That makes sense, because obviously the weapons they had in the first game would logically be split between samurai and ninja styles, so it makes sense that they would split them accordingly once the 2 styles exist. And I suppose it being more open world kind of brings it more into line with most other Souls-likes at that point. Because it was kind of weird that Neo 1 was kind of mission-based. Even if each mission kind of basically dropped you into a Souls-size area. For the most part. I do seem to recall that there was some repetition. When you would do missions, you would end up going to the same areas a few times. Let me take a look at where this one is at during their stream. Make sure they're actually going to keep going and all that good stuff. About 2 and change in. Yeah, they should be going for a bit yet. So that'll be fine. Final thoughts with regard to everything. I don't know if I would ever go back to the Souls series. I would never play them again as they are. I won't rule out the idea of playing them randomized at some point, as part of an archipelago at some point or anything like that. If I had to choose one out of the 3 to do a randomizer for, it probably would end up being 2. There is no guarantee of any such thing happening, but if I had to pick one out of the 3 for something like that, it probably would be 2. I don't think I would ever do 1 as a randomizer. There's just a few points to that are just like absolutely not. 3 would be negotiable, but it would definitely be 2 that I'd be the most likely to randomize and enjoy. But again, I do have to point out the exact logic I have said for these things the whole time, of it being whichever one you're the most familiar with is the one you enjoy the most. And obviously I was the most familiar with 2. So it follows that that would be the one I had the best time with and enjoyed the most. Because these games are so learning focused and repetition focused in a lot of ways. Yeah, as far as what we're going to be doing for future Tuesdays, it's almost certainly going to be we go to Hades next, so that we can get through that. And then Little Nightmares will happen eventually. More than likely, I'm not going to prioritize fitting Little Nightmares in, because it's not that long till October, arguably. it's only a couple months away. I may put a pin in that and then just guarantee that in October. Once we finish the rest of the Donathon incentive things. So I think that would just fit better. Let's see. Trying to think if there's anything else to cover about what's coming up other than talking just specific schedule. No. So we'll go ahead and roll through schedule right quick. Specifically, tomorrow is obviously nothing because Wednesday. Thursday is probably going to be the one other Lurk game I have on stock, and then maybe a couple demos. There is a set of demos that I had my eye on from a new showcase that had popped up that I didn't know existed until it just suddenly happened, and then Char mentioned it. Friday, we will most likely be playing Draw and Guess, because that was the thing I finally managed to start getting set up. I'm going to need to reach out to a couple people to verify things for that, because I know it's a very last-minute thing, so there's no guarantee I'll be able to get everything together and fixed for that, but the one I was waiting on information from got back to me literally during this stream and said, hey, I could do Friday. It's like, I'll see what I can do. We'll see what happens. And then Saturday, like I said, we'll try to beat any one particular game. I may very well put out a thing on Blue Sky tonight or something saying like, hey, if you have anything that could be beaten in one day within a reasonable amount of time and you want to see it, let me know. But we'll see how I feel about that, because I do still have a handful of games left to offer out from the previous pool I had that were all within the right range for finishing within a day. So we'll see how that ends up working out. Because I have the likes of incredible things like Jetsons: The Invasion of the Planet Pirates, or James Bond 007 for the Game Boy. I did not like Gato Roboto. I bounced off that game hard right at the beginning of it. I don't know if I would feel better about it now, but it really did not feel good when I played it when it was new, but I have not tried it again in a long time, so maybe it'll feel better. I'll think about it. But yeah, the other things I have left are Tiny Bullets, Death Jr., Kingsley's Adventure. Those are the things that I have specifically on the I know I can finish that within a day list, according to specifically the listings I've got. If it's only under 3 hours, that's not quite what I'm aiming for. I'm aiming more for like a 4 or 5 hour length thing. That would be more suited for a day I'm trying to beat multiple things if it's only like 3 hours. Which that's consistent with what I've heard about it all the time, is that it's maybe 3 hours at the longest. Unless you really get stuck. Is there anything else? Like, obviously, when we roll back to Monday, it's going to be Final Fantasy IV continuing. And then, yeah, Tuesday is Hades, and there you go. I keep hearing about Vision Soft Reset. But that again, ended up falling into that weird crack of it's just short enough that I don't know what I want to do with it. And I don't know if I wanted to pay for something that short. Is that the one that's free, or is that one of the ones you have to pay for? I don't remember if Vision Soft Reset's a purchase one. Okay, 8 hours is not that bad. When I hear short, I think Gato Roboto short. That's why I was uncertain about that one. 8 hours would be fine. But it is getting very late now. So I'm going to go ahead and get this raid started and send this over to Mochi. Because otherwise we could go on like this for God knows how long. So let's go ahead and get the timer started there. Thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. Again, I apologize for how I got during the Lothric fight and the Cinder fight at the end. I know I can get very heated at times when I start getting really frustrated with those. But we got through it. We got it done. And I do appreciate having the opportunity to come back and finally beat these, even if I get very aggravated during it sometimes. But it'll be good to Mochi. She's wonderful people playing Final Fantasy V. I'm specifically doing the 4-job up Fiesta, I think, based on the fact that I see a bunch of jobs listed on the screen and the title is very 4-job Fiesta-esque, so, you know, presumably. But yeah, I will hopefully see you all on Thursday evening. Good night, everybody. Take care of yourselves.